Mr. Chair, Speaker So, this is Council Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. I am on the line. Good morning.
Moving on, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 10:05 a.m. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and proceed to staff for roll call vote. Roll call.
Good morning to everyone. Beginning roll call with Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not answer roll call. Honorable Lamardo Asteret. Honorable Lamardo Asteret.
I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Lamardo Asteret answered roll call. Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay did not answer roll call. Honorable Norman Begay is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call.
This is Lamardo Asteret, present.
Honorable Shauna Kla. Honorable Shauna Kla. Honorable Shauna Kla is present. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Crystalline Curley is present. Honorable Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Seth Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson answered roll call. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota is present. Honorable Shondine Parrish. Honorable Shondine Parrish is present. Honorable Jermaine Simonson is present. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Tolt is present. Speaker Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Curtis Yanito is present. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is present as well. Going back up, Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo is present. Honorable Helena Nesbegay.
I'm present.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay answered roll call. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not answer roll call.
Shadija, this is Delegate Cruddy. I'm on the call. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 23 delegates, including yourself, who are present for today's meeting.
Thank you very much. We have quorum at this time, 23 present out of the 24 delegates. With that, moving on down the line. Invocation. I'm going to go ahead and ask Honorable Unito, can you provide us invocation this morning? Shunanta. Okay, hold on. You're gonna have to call in. We found out that there's a technical difficulty. Can you call in on your phone? Delegates, before we go to invocation, you have to call in on your phone. The mics were not set up this morning. So see if you can call in on your phone. We're going to use the Zoom link to go ahead and conduct this meeting. So if you can, the meeting call-in information is on the agenda. The agenda is given to you there at your stationery. See if you can call in. Okay. We'll wait till Mr. Unito calls in and provide us invocation. This morning our system has gone out and we have to rely on Zoom today. Shaladi, guys, Mr. Unito. Yeah, it's on. So.
Ja, ik ben daar nog zo als en daar zo kies ook door het leven. Daar is nog eigenlijk ook door zijn daar nog zo 25th Council. Kudoshi zo de zin ga bij sleet oorlog. Ik heb lang door niet gestaan maar ja dat je het gaat gewoon ja het hinan ho zo zo papi. Jo on ne gewoon de nebenas zo cars aande daar na aande zo pa. In isno the net is nilnha around the kodoyat kone agenda gt kragi to kwagi in antin di kwabe in haho agi or you go and has the wheat and the wheat yeah when he hasn't it soon you change he should and it no do and yana than it a job but be yat kone be his ani that that's was it and that has kone Belche da dol neligi min jonon khab ke da dol dide kodo ha ya ne bigi yat hone ne so da zin be shaho agi nash koden sa yat nilche yadat kon yan dat kon to das ne gitsnes kisten das lagen kondat tlje nicht so da zin az laj yat nilin das on nas benani katolip nie kodo ya so da zin be shadet anigi kodo So the Zin Digini Godench and Nan Anibia hot Edole when it's East John Dole. Adolfana Ado Kudo Shindo, Nada Itando, Naso de Shigo Ehun, Chian Digini. Nanse as in Hassan in a yan in Selkin no yat eocone. Nahada deal to Juno Ea, Ben Siki Sobenheit Ani, he Nanas Lago, he des Congo yat Eobe Hasesino, Nihi so the Zimbe, Adon than Naharabe. But ego ega could ea so the Zinjana on the yat on Hando Lado, they could Ibe, or Jonah Haslin, or Jonah Haslin, or Jonah Haslin, Jonah Haslin. Okay.
So Sheila, thank you very much, Honorable Unito, for providing the invocation this morning. And moving on down the line, item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting official. So you have a 2-minute limit per delegate for recognizing guests and visiting officials on item number 2 on the agenda. If you wish to recognize anybody, this is the time at this time. Go
Mr.
on.
Speaker, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels. You have the floor, 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, Aaron Daquado, Mr. Speaker, yeah, Ecuador, Aaron Daquado, Shifna Ash, to Shizé Ecuador, yeah, Ecuador, so there's one behind the go Asian Ecuador, the Ecuador, the nails make the one, Arunana, the nails went all less, it's Ecuador, so there's one out the or call Ecuador, Nagaya, Ecuador, Edish Kitchen Phone, Ecuador, Shanat, Mr. Speaker, Aaron Daquado. The moment of silence that is nation song Ecuador the Chateau has ado not anila Ecuador hits a Bandit Zako, former council delegate, Honorable Joe Salt, who's again there. When hits a Bandit Zako, Ecuador that's what it is. Then Seneca, I don't understand. Don't have a whole in Ecuador. Honorable Norman John II, Ecuador. Ayabaskas, and there, Ecuador. 21st Council, Ecuador, Ecuador, Honorable John, Ecuador, Ecuador, Shishna Ash, Ecuador, Honorable Danny Simpson, that Ecuador, 21st Council, that's a bed beneath me, Ecuador. Ecuador, Chinin, Litigate on Isina, Initiative, Bejada Nes, Ecuador, Benetta, then take case of Shin that, Ecuador, Asian Ecuador, Hunter, what the deal, the here and so, Ecuador, Mr. Speaker, Ecuador, he education for you, Ecuador, go, play by half feet on this. Mr. Speaker, back to you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that request. I will entertain the moment of silence after the item number 2 when we finish the after the recognition of visiting officials and guests. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to it at the end of item number 2 on the agenda. Also, with that, we have the Honorable Vice President of the Navajo Nation, Michelle Montoya, who is here at the Navajo Nation Council Chamber. I'm going to give some time to her for some introduction to the public. You have the floor.
Yat a do he had last year's pro showing Kaigi by Henson. That's Yat a hodits it's kind of echoey in here. But good morning, everyone. And Junagoshi Ada Nahano Kaido Kudino Kai Atin on the home Andi. Agashina. The Aya Kaigi Bahidi Kata had no Ayan Hitch and Ediadi. BIA United States government there presentation data on the no ako binya kodan nihil nahisis kang do de tishno aya pro shaho aigi ba hin sendo njana goshe ya ta hin ni ado njana goshe aya kwa aigi el ka di ja kwa aigi hik ba no ani ko yat a video and you started yeah. But everyone, thank you so much for inviting us over here from the executive branch. We have Navajo Nation Vice President that is in a meeting in Phoenix this morning. And I am here today, and I just want to say I appreciate the opportunity to be here with everyone here in council chambers and everyone here online. And I look forward to the information that's going to be given to us to help our people throughout Navajo Nation.
Awesome. Yeah, long. Hinand an his red down sings it on he top and long quote Bishwas an not an in Lini quote need isn't that. Moving on down the line, and any recognition of guests and visiting official, Honorable Jesus.
Yate Bene, can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Jesus.
Okay, again, Yate Bene Kidishnido, Shik Ashit Na. My colleagues here at the chambers and staff from the legislative branch, Ado Ada Daitsno Tsaingi. I just want to acknowledge the chapters across the Navajo Nation. The chapter administration staff no finigi do tatnas nele do the bebas anedo the clubs of the chapters. Kodon linigi eya during this inclement weather. You've all made that initiative to step forward to protect the livelihood of your constituents within the communities that you all oversee. Ako benda e kodo nhinay nido hiya ntago nhidi nido hala e ya non-mission tagi edo hashine lanjit nsahake sto nahat ahagi kud nabasose. So again, this morning, I just want to acknowledge all the chapter administration staff across the Navajo Nation, all the chapter officials and the committees of the chapter. Thank you.
Sheila, thank you very much, Honorable Brenda Jesus. Moving on down the line, Honorable George Toth.
Good morning, sir. I don't any clinical speaker and also Bishwas Annothani. I wanted to recognize all our people that are listening, division directors, and also our vice president is here with us. Good morning, ma'am. All the way from Torium, right? Anyway, I just want to say thank you to all the staff here. Recognize our staff because they're doing a lot of work here, even holidays. So I recognize that they shlito Nhalchindo ni kon hizani lenigito stwisan e bladishnikon. Yat o e banda di misto belinda hoiledo de edeben yent atistito Mr. Norman Eito that you had I down speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, no. Moving on down the line, Honorable Nathan Nota. You have the floor. 2 minutes.
Yate Bene Nathan Nota, Tahachi chapter, District 14. Yate Bene Anosko, Daisonos Agi, Kunak Council Chambers, and then I saw Tanigi do through the internet. I want to introduce my new legislative district assistant. He's in the galley here in the chambers. It's Ansley Lyle Curley. He's from Coyote Canyon. Thank you for accepting the position and welcome to the chambers. Good morning. Although I do want to offer that moment of silence for our president, from my district, President Norman John. He was a council delegate as well. And the district council school board member. House, Daliao School Board member. We're very sorry and saddened to see him leave us. But I think his family agrees that he is in a better place. Condolences, thought prayers, and I do want to do that moment of silence. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity.
We will have a moment of silence after the recognizing guests and officials. Moving on down the line, Honorable Norman McGay. Press *6, unmute.
Good morning, Josh. Good morning. Thank you, Dishino. Our 25th Council, the remote diagnostic, in the council, or phone the other deal, Hashida. Other than diagnostic, thank you, Dishino. Good morning, everyone out there that's listening to the special Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. Vice President Kesta. Budget bandit in Shavenia. Yate Shinole is Sotonge Elmo Band or Remo Band or Toji Band can see the band. Yeah. What I think you didn't do this whole introduction. That's no, yeah. Good morning, everybody. Thank you.
Honorable Norman McGay for that recognition. Moving on down the line, Honorable Amber Crotty.
Yeah, thank you. Pro Tem Otto, yeah, thank you. I appreciate the prayer and my colleagues. I'd like to recognize our Navajo Nation citizens who are listening to this conversation. And with that in mind, I've been asked to give an update on the speaker nominations for the upcoming winter session. If we could get Pro Tem sent out to not only the delegates, but to the public, what is the process for the speaker? And in addition, if we can get from the delegates who are seeking that office to send documentation to the 25th Council, either something like a letter of interest or your resume, or how we are going to move forward in discussing the selection of the speaker for the 2 terms of the 25th Council. If you read how the process goes, there's no time for questions, and so I'd like to use these days leading up to the council to get that information out, get it out to a public conversation, and see how we could move forward with the selection of the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, for your recognition of the Navajo Nation citizens and the update on the speaker nomination and the public information. The speaker nomination is pretty much codified in law, and there's a certain process that process is identified by law, and that will govern and direct the process of the speaker selection. And that information, we will go ahead and get that information, what is codified in law. Thank you very much, Mrs. Crotty. Moving on down the line, Any other, Honorable Stephen Arvizo?
Yate, Shanandai, Aro Kodo, not Anini, Denigi, Naabik'íyáti special meeting at no area class and need Pensacola Sunday. Hey, at Oyat Itish needle list to my chapters, the Rue, Yumbato, Church Rock, Pinedale, Mariana Lake, and Smith Lake. Ado Tatnas, Nildan, Lenigi, Ado and the Nhandas, Michigi Ad, AMS, Ado and DSC, do PEP, than Dadlish. Ado, I just want to recognize our Navajo veterans throughout all of the Navajo Nation, and I hope you're staying warm and staying safe. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Arvizo, for your recognition and to our veterans and to your community out in your constituency area, your chapters that you represent. Moving on down the line, I don't see any new players on the board. Scan one more time across. Don't see anybody from the floor. Honorable Shauna and Claw, you have the floor.
Adjourn. Can you hear me now? Also, I don't. That's not. I get the shishing so. I hear by him and auto there. This is Shana and Claw the shishing. Auto don't mention me. Yahowasan in the shlido. 20 but 16. 20 dash chedo. Ki ani dash mela kota amado astonishment. Shida oyat Nishitedeshni Kude Nihesalato Hatwido Sani Dan Senigi, Doni Echina Dan Senigi, Don Hana Leshigi, Navajo Nation employees, our Navajo Nation relatives that are in the urban cities. We welcome you and for listening in today, and we look forward to our presentation here today. We also speaker for leading us today, the prayer, and then also to our Vice President, Ms. Rochelle Montoya, for being here with us today. And just want to say welcome, and then thank you to all our students. I want to take some time to recognize them for all the outstanding work they're doing and for being motivated for this upcoming year.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shauna and Claw, for your recognition this morning. Moving on down, I don't see anybody on the board. And also I haven't seen anybody text me for requesting to speak. Hagoshila, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the end of item number 2 on the agenda, and I'm gonna go ahead and entertain the moment of silence. Speak. Okay. I take things off the window here. I'm gonna go ahead and entertain the moment of silence that has been requested by Honorable Herman Daniel from Shanto and Honorable Nathan Nota. Our moment of silence. Yikid. But Honorable Joe Salt. Shanto de Nihibishma has unlegal whole G's. Ado ade and le bahas de Nihinant unlegal, don't know hashij. Honorable Norman John II. What and then Egon Hinant Yabake Hastido. Their families are out there missing, and Hajo Unlegal has Ado Nihinant what aban si case do yat ehoban si case of nach equado. Bishma has unbeen beneath ni de yakodo that he no benachet. This moment of silence, we will go ahead and proceed with moment of silence. We'll start. Thank you very much. And so I did those of you that are listening out there, the family members of Honorable Joe Salt and Honorable Norman John II. These two individuals have served the Navajo Nation in many aspects to provide the well-being and graciousness to try to provide the better quality of life for our Navajo people. What an hinant what ego miskahato jisto hinant in histan lemkoto ko epego ko koto ya dashin so ya what be ba hit nitzi to the families out there. We're with you and we support you, and we're with you at this hard time that you guys are facing at this time with the loss of your two loved individuals. Moving on down the line, number 3 on the agenda, review and adopt the agenda. With that, can I get staff to read the agenda into the record?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is a special meeting agenda via telecommunication, Window Navajo Nation, Thursday, January 19th, 2023. Proposed agenda. Presiding Chair, Honorable Auditor, Speaker Pro Tem, 25th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There are none. 5, receive reports. Report A, update report and presentation on the FY 2025 Indian Affairs Tribal Budget Formulation, Preferred Program Ranking Tool and Timeline. Report presented by Gregory Mahoja, BIA Regional Director, Reliva Sanchez, BIA Budget Officer, and Vanenda Cervantes, BIE Budget Analyst. 6, old business. 9, new business. 7, new business. 9, 8, close of meeting announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, with the item number 3, with the agenda read into the record, I'm going to go ahead and call for a motion. Motion by Honorable Stephen Arvizo.
Shauna Claw.
Second by Honorable Shauna Claw. So with that, we have a second in place and a motion in place and a second in place. With that, the agenda has been read into the record. And at this time, there's addition and deletions to the agenda. How do you wish to proceed with this agenda? You can move forward with the agenda as is, or you can add and delete items to the agenda.
Speaker, Delegate Charles.
Speaker.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor. I'll come back to you, Madam Chair, or Honorable Eugenia Charles, I'll come back to you. Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't Speaker, should say, I didn't Naabik'íyáti Committee, yeah, Arunana it's not me, Blinigi, I see by hands, and Arunana to the agenda, to get a report from emergency management. Just in Michigan, the reason why I am saying this is because the snow that we got, and there's more snow that is going to be coming our way. I don't know, that's just an ago. We said, you ate and then again, I see that, yes, so the hash stars link. So, Halit Aba 18 to Lanson Kokodo, I don't know, Kodona, chapters, I should have met in my region, the North region, not the on or Jet Toshan Total Ken region, North. A Kodosh the Hajmek Kodo, Zuda Hate, the Kodo in the Vedam, emergency declare what I in the emergency fund that the leader treaty instant nego ya kwado na gaya halit aba eight or land so ya kwado ni hit the end lenigi na gaya throughout the Navajo Nation na gaya just great has anigi na gaya just an ago na gaya on top of Black Mesa. A lot of our Navajo people, they're trying to get out onto the road. Oh no, Yasiki I see dan pada late onana Jenna ago is the hatole about a year ako na gaita kwadot halita 80 neka be beat so that so na gaita at this time I would like to make an amendment to the agenda kwadot to get a report from NDOT or emergency management as the initiative kwadot Mr. Chair, Speaker, that's not all this amendment. Thank you.
Goshila, there's a motion on the floor to by Honorable Herman Daniels. Amendment number 1, add report from the Office of Emergency Management and or Navajo Nation Department of Transportation regarding the inclement weather and the road conditions. Koho Edith just wanted to reread that to you, and Honorable Daniels. Is that correct pertaining to your to the language on amendment number 1?
Mr. Chair, Speaker, yes, thank you.
With that, I'm going to move forward to call for a seconding motion. Seconding motion by Honorable Unito, Curtis Unito. With that, on amendment number 1, is there any questions to amendment number 1? Honorable Nance, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Yate Bena, and Honorable Speaker Otto Sol, honorable members of the 25th Council, Aro Shadnera Ismaftangi, Koro Rignes in Shia Honshid Edchinle, the Koro Amendment Yap Shitsalia Hat Zigi, Honorable Daniels, Queen Single Bahadis, and they Hat took the words right out of my mouth, so appreciate that. During the winter seasons, like we are having this really cold spells, we have elderlies that are at home by themselves. Their children work elsewhere or they work during the day. And one of the elderlies in my community is asking for wood, firewood. Usually around this time, the chapters within their 5 management system under fiscal, it does talk about emergency funds. And there's a priority listing in there for the elderly, the single mothers, handicap, and the last one is pretty much livestock. There's funds within the snow and mud that can be used. And with this declaration of emergency that needs to be declared by the president as well as from the Navajo Nation Emergency Management's recommendation, it would justify the chapters utilizing their funds. And once it's established, what we can do is have the chapters hold some of them already had their chapter meeting, so they can hold a special chapter meeting to approve some of these wood hauling for the elderly and pellets for some pellet stoves that people have and propane for those that really need propane. So this is how the FMS is normally written. So I thought I'd share, and I do support this report from the Navajo Nation Emergency Management to speak to the issue of utilizing emergency funds that is already in place at the local chapters. And what that would require is the declaration of emergency by the President and Emergency Management Office. That's all I would like to say. Thank you, and I support this.
Goshila, thank you very much, Honorable Rick Ness, for your comments. And with that, moving on down the line, Honorable Simonson, you have the floor. You're gonna have to push *6.
Oh, yate penendidisnidole. Ado quaet o shito as so bahadisi di dahon atahazli late the jing bakache. Alcohol shea quaet partners nele specification dashina store shit the hazne. Ado emergency declaration packet a yahades nele emergency management services jashi that's o put out a bahane a coho di dependa a pinyon chapter dates it na hone individual rescue bane kai in lay in hitane or use dialysis treatment or chita os coho sak a thing is cargo a treatment a day later no a coho ishi chapter a quint chide deep being as the leader the quint specific quit end sa the hanta di klita no a coho the greater than lineage sa don das nista chapter a coho ya skills go emergency declaration ha dos ni say asho da at bahas net shit no quit that no ha is been ya o ad na hi so ha a coho quit na so stage it not that later no don't need quit and da krida sha ad shit is great or you ya not unhit the shit that no that should be out here. If we have the resources, not all chapters are hit across the Navajo Nation. Is there a possibility to send CHR? There's one CHR in Pinyon that is covering 3 chapters right now. With executive side, I would really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jermaine Simon, for your support and comment for the amendment number 1. Moving on down the line, Honorable George Toth.
Good morning, Chair. I do agree with this report. Also include continental divide from Peru all the way up towards Torreon. We have a big snow, so we had a lot of accident on I-40 and then the county roads. So, what are a bunch case I do support, and the chapter themselves should do an assessment so we can figure out how many people still have their emergency fund. Some of the chapter official the emergency fund so a use it so 8 the report at the lead so a included of least from continental divide all the way up to Torreon and Tara Crown Point area our school that I this call yesterday, so that needs to be considered, and we should have a report the assessment through the community. And then asking for the the snow yasagina lios is binane catholic the shiayat con hilni yat el canad no se to onda hato lecho coran to the case neko. Auto speaker pro temp also shall this. I would like to make an amendment also after this amendment is passed. I'd like to amend the agenda also. Area, thank you, pro temp speaker.
Kushila, Honorable George Toth, I'll come back to you on the main motion, and I'll add you to the list of the main motion. But back to amendment number 1. Moving on down the line, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker So, and good morning, colleagues. Speaker So, if I am in order, I would like to ask for a revision for amendment number 1. And the revision would be to add another report. And that report would be from NTUA regarding the increase in the electric rates. Many of our Navajo people are reaching out saying that their rates or their bills have doubled or tripled in some cases. I know the NTUA did come before the 24th Navajo Nation Council in November to report that they were starting the disconnection, but that was stopped. And so we need to get some information on why the utility rates have increased and why no notice was given to the Navajo people. Again, if my amendment is in order, Speaker, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Definitely, you can make a modification to an existing amendment. So with that, a modification request has been made to the main motion holder of amendment number 1, and that is Honorable Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels, and then also the seconding motion party that's holding the seconding motion, Honorable Unito. This modification request to add on a report from NTUA, which will be report C, correct? Well, it will be report C. And NTUA will make a report to this body, Naabik'íyáti committee, regarding the increase of the electric rates with no notification to the Navajo people. So with that, I'm going to go to Honorable Herman Daniels.
Mr. Chair, Speaker, yes, I concur. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. Going on down the line, Honorable Unito. You concur. Honorable Unito concurs with modification that Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton has requested to be added on. So report B would be, if this motion carries, amendment number 1, item B will be the report from the Office of Emergency Management and or in Navajo Division of Transportation regarding the inclement weather and road conditions. Report C would be a report from NTUA regarding the increase of rates without notice. With that, when this amendment 1 passes, we will go ahead and allow staff to reach out to the 3 entities and get them on the line so that they will be ready to present this report to the Naabik'íyáti committee today. With that, going on the line, looking at the board, I don't see Honorable Jesus. You have the floor.
Speaker. So, DLO, I just want to put this information out. I had worked with the chapter prior before. So in reference to Title 26, Chapter 2, Chapter Government, subsection 1001, Duties and Responsibilities of Chapter Officials. Letter B, 1, the chapter president. So the chapter president with this emergency has the authority at the local level to call an emergency under letter G, call emergency or special chapter meetings. Under letter L of chapter president duties, take action to protect the life and property of the members of the chapter in case of emergency or other crisis. The Oak Springs chapter, though St. Michael's chapter yesterday, I assisted the chapter administration and chapter officials with a proclamation declaring state of emergency within their own communities. They are in full force right now in getting woods, coal vouchers, food, and getting the heavy equipment out to the communities up in Pine Springs, so Oak Springs and up in the Summit area. So the chapter president already has this authority in Title 26 Biyagi. So I just wanted to share this with my my colleagues as delegates here in the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and the chapter president or administration can actually reference Title 26.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jesus. And that is correct. Title 26 allows the chapters to go ahead and exercise the responsibility and the duties of declaring an emergency at the local level if the Navajo Nation has not called a declaration of emergency. Through the process, number one, the Navajo Nation president has that authority. As of today, we have not heard any declaration from the nation to be declared as an emergency yet. The other is emergency management. We have not heard any declaration from the emergency management also. And then the third portion is the covenants, is that the local authorities at the local level under Title 26 can utilize that law of Title 26, which has been referenced by Honorable Jesus within Title 26, E, G, and L, allowing the local responsibility to be declared by the chapter president there. And the certified chapters definitely really utilize that provision when an emergency happens within their chapters. Thank you very much, Honorable Jesus. With that, moving on down the line, Honorable Curtis Unito. *6.
Yate, I was going to use my my neighbor's laptop here. I'm having a problem with mine. It just keeps on going off. Because I'm a second motion to this amendment 1. This is Curtis Yanito from Mexican Water, Red Mesa, Anath, Tolakan, Tinazpas. Every year, we have emergency cases every year. I Halid on this Lanson case road department. Lake state of Utah, even though on holidays and on weekends. Could you let late Elan Soy on such case? 8 any you that and a lot open yet at need Ada. I don't that dido, Sakon that a call. Con you resources though you they need in that door. Halate Edo and he Adiga that he gave Ebe. Can't need just the last door. Joe that a shido, and yes, our needs in my yard. I don't the ditches out our nana. Lego 4th Street at ABLM. Oh, you got a yard fire prevention trimming the every summer. I would add Ada. She go down here away yaje. A contact a can the ye to later. Oh, what a hot. Even in Kodo in Nas a job yet at the deal. What did a sound to Edo, Barnett in the door, Ecuador, did out on nil declaration that he needed on this. It should be an automatic declaration every time a winter approaches us. Did in that need a hot either. The unlady holes stand or eat under the chilo holes, lay 12 foot or under the chilo, Naje. In that caro. The hot eat. Even in Ayakodo, a Nasha a job on city costo, job in the net. Anna we saw the 110 chapters because teacher. Even Yan Hata is in the out Ioba seat on this here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yanito, for your comments there and for amendment number 1. Back to the floor, amendment number 1, Honorable Stephen Oriso.
Speaker, Aro Kudo not only Lenigi, the Oda Behadestin Sonti chapters Besahas Anago, the emergency funding, Kapeta and Beta State. They're in the red, well, because of their Equi COVID-19 Atzaya da or you base what should I use eat. Auto reimburse under the need with or need that hot auto that's zada. I call the emergency funding Niki chapter Saho beta 10. I call a hot out upon C case so emergency funding Niki but $8 they taught us little and done nelago. I call a day ya so shabak when of send all this shouldn't I not who could obey for us only linigi. What couldn't so shouldn't I speaker.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Honorable Stephen Reso. The chapter emergency funds. Some chapters may be in the red, and some chapters may have little, and some chapters may have a lot. I think that if I can get staff to reach out to community development and see if community development could give us a rundown on the balances across the 110 chapters. Emergency funds. Forward, we can go ahead and look at introducing a legislation pertaining to restore those emergency funds under the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Towards the end of the year, Honorable former Delegate Honorable Raymond Smith introduced Raymond Smith and Honorable Eugene So introduced a legislation to restore those fundings in amount of $25,000 to all the 110 chapters. And so all those legislation died, but that legislation draft Office of Legislative Council, so delegates, if you guys wish to move forward to work with that, you can start working with the Office of Legislative Council to go ahead and proceed with getting that legislation redrafted and getting budget forms updated. So moving on down the line, Honorable Danny Sampson. Honorable Sampson, can you press *6? Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, member of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Good morning, Good morning, Mr. Speaker. There's some good comments being made in reference to emergency declaration by Yachi Kadida. But right now, those comments should be stated during the time we talked about when emergency management presents to us, NDOT presents to us. So we're just adding this to the agenda. Let's get the agenda approved. I think Mr. Toast asking for amendment 2. So let's get to that and get this agenda approved. So a lot of good comments are being made on emergency, but that can be done during the time when emergency management presents to us. So let's get this agenda going and get this BIA presentation going, sir.
Oh, thank you for that comment there, and these comments. Those comments could be addressed directly to emergency management and Navajo Department of Transportation when report B Bajo Jijo. With that, moving on down the line, I don't see anybody on the board, and I don't see anybody texting in for questions. So moving forth, I'm gonna go once, twice, 3 times. Staff, can you go ahead and do the second reading? Roll call vote, I'm sorry.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Stephen Arvizo. How do you vote?
I vote yes.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Astarat, how do you vote?
I'll go green.
Honorable Lamardo Astarat votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote?
I vote green, thank you.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
I vote green. This is Delegate Charles Newton. Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Claw votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kines Bakrati, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green. Honorable Crystalline Curley, how do you vote?
This is Crystalline voting green.
Honorable Crystalline Curley votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson did not vote. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you, excuse me, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Delegate Nota votes green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Simonson, I vote green.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Toth votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie votes green. And going back up, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. And with that, Honorable Speaker, you have 23 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Otto So not voting.
Motion carries. On amendment number 1, 23 in favor, 0 opposed, Pro Temp Chair not voting. And we have report B added. Office of Emergency Office report from Office of Emergency Management and Navajo Division of Transportation regarding inclement weather and the road conditions. Report C from NTUA regarding the increase of rates without notice. So those two agenda gibitzo. Moving on down the line to the main motion, Honorable George Toth.
Good morning, Speaker again, Pro Temp. Then one thing we need to have a report from Department of Health in regards to COVID-19. In some area, the COVID-19 is going up again. we have one chapter trying to establish a command post, but nobody's paying attention. This is in Torium Chapter House and also surrounding. We like to know from Department of Health, what is the information, how many chapter are in that position. We want a report from them because this is our family. Without Egi Hashing so Epadi Nedo safety Nanigito Ako. I wanted to request the community development to assist each chapter. They're trying to establish command posts. So they're doing this for their community. Elton Hirish Kitla, Shanat Ani Naslin Shabila, Dosito, Ado in the A report, each Edo link from Department of Health. I'd say that, a report in there, we missed that. So we'd like to hear from them, see what's the status on this, how many chapter are, effective again. Amendment number 2, additionally, Pro Temp Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amendment number 2, proposed by Honorable George Toth, report from Navajo Department of Health regarding COVID-19 cases on the Navajo Nation. Honorable George Toth again. And go ahead and request for a seconding motion, and seconding motion by Honorable Crystalline Curley. Motion and a case motioning and seconding party. Amendment number 2. If this amendment passes, it will be report D on the agenda. With that, and any questions pertaining to amendment number 2? And go once.
This is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask Chair Delegate Toth if you could modify your motion and add a report, an update on the Office of the Speaker audit. That could be after the report from the Department of Health. Thank you. That's my request.
Amendment number 2, which is held by Honorable George Toth, second motion by Honorable Crystalline Curley, and Honorable George Toth and Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty is asking for modification to amendment number 2 to add on the report of the Office of the Speaker audit. Honorable George Toth.
Chair, thank you, Ms. Crowdy, for that information. I should make yourself go ahead and make an amendment. This is only pertaining to the health of our people, and that report should be another area. So I would decline to accept that. Ms. Crowdy, thank you, Chair.
Goshina, thank you very much. Honorable Crotty, the main motion held by Honorable George Toth has declined to add on the report that you have requested, but you have another option to come forth on propose an amendment from the floor on the main motion, and I will come back to you on main motion.
Oh, yeah, I have a follow-up. You could add me to the list.
Is this to the amendment number 2, or can you do it on the main motion?
This is regarding amendment number 2.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Let me just see if there's any questions here from the body. Delegates, is any other questions to amendment number 2 at this time? With that, I'm going to go back to follow-up question by Honorable Crotty. Madam Crotty, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah,
Amendment number
thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, so Chairman of our committee here. So to the motioning party on Amendment 2, regarding the report. I would like to get clarification if in your capacity, if you've requested a report from Department of Health regarding Torion chapter, or is this a request to hear information on the whole Navajo Nation regarding COVID-19? A lot of these reports can be done by scheduling meetings. And so I want to be clear in terms of how we move forward with adding reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to go ahead and go to main motion held by Honorable Toth to answer Honorable Crotty's question posed to him. Honorable Toth.
Again, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Crowdy, for that question. My concern is 110 chapter. Also, Torion's trying to establish a command post in regards to this COVID. Nobody's helping, so I know some chapter are doing that. Yeah, I do cover 8 chapters, so I'm trying to help them, but this is for the whole Navajo Nation. We shouldn't neglect that. We need this information for our people. So we Chair Pro Tem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer, answering the question posed by Honorable Crotty. With that, moving on down the line, I don't see anybody on the board. I don't see anybody on the floor raising their hands, nor I don't see anybody texting me regarding the question. So with that, I'm going to go once, twice, 3 times. Proceed with roll call vote, staff.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Stephen Arvizo. How do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Astarat, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Lamardo Astarat votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote?
I vote green, thank you.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Claw, how do you vote?
Shauna Ann Claw, vote please.
Honorable Shauna N. Claw votes green. Honorable Amber Canez Bacardi, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Canez Bacardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canez Bacardi votes green. Honorable Crystalline Curley votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Delegate Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes red.
No, green.
Excuse me, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Toth votes green. Honorable Curtis Unita votes green. And Honorable Cheryl Yazzie votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 23 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. Amendment number 2. Main motion held by Honorable George Toth and second motion by Honorable Kristen Curley. Main motion carries with 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, amendment number 2 has report D added, a report from Department of Health. So staff reach out to the Navajo Nation Executive Branch, to the division director of Department of Health to provide a report for item D on this Naabik'íyáti committee. Also, we need to reach out to NTUA staff, reach out to Mr. Kuntz so that information could be provided for item C on the agenda. Also A and B, or also B, report from Emergency Management and or Division of Navajo Division of Transportation regarding the inclement weather. So the Office of Emergency Management and NDOT, the division directors, and the Emergency Management Office for report B. So those will be on the agenda at this time. Moving on down the line, main motion on item number 3. Any addition or deletion to the agenda at this time? Go once, twice, 3 times.
Speaker,
Staff,
this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I wanted to request a report on an update from the Auditor General regarding the audit of the Office of the Speaker. That would be my amendment for number 3, if I'm in order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Amendment number 3 held by Honorable Crotty, requesting an update report from Office of the Auditor General's Office regarding the audit that is being performed on the Office of the Speaker. So with that, I have a motion in place, and that will be report E if this motion carries. So with that, we'll go to the floor. Second motion,
Second, Charles Newton.
seconded by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. With that, Shanant, the main motions held by Honorable Crotty and Honorable second motion by Eugenia Charles Newton. With that, any questions pertaining to amendment number 3? Honorable Danny Sampson, you have the floor. We can't hear you. *6.
Good morning, everyone. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, on this is in reference to amendment number 3, and I think it's more appropriate for this report to go before the council. As you know, we're in the Naabik'íyáti Committee. I know we have all the 24 members here, and even though we hear this, here's the Naabik'íyáti, it still has to be heard at the council. So I'd like to ask Ms. Crotty to withdraw her amendment and have this heard at the regular council meeting, maybe next week, during the winter session. So I think it'd be more appropriate to hear it during the winter session because, again, the speaker works at the pleasure of the council. So I think it will be more appropriate to hear it at next week's winter session. So I will ask Madam Crotty if she can withdraw her amendment and make a request to hear us at the council session during winter session. Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Danny Sampson has requested the motioning party to withdraw her motion and allow this discussion to be heard at the Navajo, the winter session of the Navajo Nation Council session. How the Honorable Crotty? The request has been made to you.
Oh, yeah, no, I'll stay with my motion. Thank you. We need, this report is an update report from the Office of the Auditor General. In their last report, they had not completed the audit, and this was requested and approved by council and former President Nez back in, I believe, the fall of 2021. So we've been waiting for this audit to take place for over a year, and that's what I'm requesting, an update. So it won't be the actual audit, it'll be an update on why the Office of the Auditor General in where they're at in this audit. Thank you for clarification.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, this report is from the Office of Auditor, the Auditor General. They, under the 23rd Council or 24th Council, the council has moved forth for an audit of the Speaker's office at the time. And Office of Auditor General is in the process of conducting that audit. And yes, Budget and Finance Committee is the oversight. At this time, also, the Budget and Finance Committee has not been put in place. Also, with that, is this a report from that's being requested by Madam Crotty pertaining to Office of the Auditor General. With that, tonight, I'm going to go out to the floor. I'm going to go to Honorable George Toth.
Thank you, Chair, Pro Tem Chair. Although that's enough time, I do agree with Mr. Sampson, Honorable Mr. Sampson, to vote this down because this is our two items, very, very important. This audit can be done next week, so at that time it should be added on to. We got two issue, emergency and also report from the health. That's the main one. So I would ask all the 24 council in here, 25th editions, and voted down that the audit can be done next week. So that issue DDA even so I would ask the colleagues to vote this down. Thank you.
With that, thank you very much, Honorable George Toth. With that, I'm going to go back to the floor. I don't see anybody on the board. Honorable Norman Begay, you have the floor.
Send this up to him. This was sent to us.
Yate. Can you hear me? Speaker, Pro Tem, can you hear me? Good morning, Anna. Audit, General. Is there a way we can, the 25th Council, can you give us a brief update on what we're going to audit here before we move forward on voting on this audit that 24th Naabik'íyáti or what they've done that we're going to be auditing? Maybe give us a brief update what's happening or what are we going to audit? Thank you.
So, Honorable Norman Begay, what the request on amendment number 3 by Madam Crotty is requesting is an update from the Auditor General, regarding the audit that's been imposed on the Office of the Speaker. On December 7th, the Office of Auditor General has got information and documentation from Office of the Auditor General, an update on the audit. The information has been posed to the 24th Council. And from December 7th to today, we haven't gotten an update from the Auditor General on the status of where they're at. So with that, we'll allow staff to, staff has emailed out the audit information to the members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So you have that information from the latest update from Auditor General, and that is as of December 7th, 2022. Moving on, moving forth with this audit request has been made by the 24th Council. I say about almost 2 years ago, and the Office of the Auditor General has been working on this, and this audit, Auditor General, they're the ones that are working on it. So we're just waiting on the Auditor General to proceed with the audit and so forth. So we're emailing the information out to the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. You have it. So that was the latest update from the Auditor General. And with that, moving on, Honorable Karate, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I was going to request that staff send out that information. Although that memo is dated December 7th, that information has not been, there's been no movement since the May report. And I'm not exactly clear why my colleagues from Eastern Agency would not want to hear at least an update of the report. So I would ask that you continue to respect in terms of the work that has been passed by former councils, and recognize that this is an appropriate time to be added onto this agenda. This report or update could possibly be part of the update with the Office of the Speaker during winter session. And, but seeing that the memo has not been updated since December 7th, we wouldn't have any additional information. The second issue is the December 7th memo was just provided in writing. There was no time for delegates or this committee to ask questions to the Auditor General to move forward on this audit. And therefore, I believe this amendment is in order. And moving forward, I would hope that colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council would review not only this audit request, but also go and visit the Navajo Nation Auditor General's website. You'll see all of the current audits that are being performed on Navajo Nation programs and chapters. You'll see the corrective action plans that are in place. And also at sometime and briefed at our orientation, the Office of the Auditor General is severely understaffed. We have not had a permanent Auditor General for nearly 5 years. And so this report is just one way to keep that office accountable for the actions that have been approved by the Navajo Nation Council and the President. Thank you.
Kushila, thank you very much. With that, Madam Chair Crowdy, Madam Crowdy, for your response there. And moving on down the line, I don't see anybody on the board. And then look at the board, Honorable Sampson, you have the floor. Star 6.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker.
in reference to what Madam Crowley stated, to have respect on her amendment, to have the Auditor General make a report to Naabik'íyáti in reference to the audit of the Office of the Speaker. It's not disrespecting what she's asking for. And yes, we do have to have accountability for that office. And we're the oversight from the council to make sure that there's accountability within that office. All we're saying is this would be more appropriate for the council to hear it, not Naabik'íyáti. And we can take action from the council what needs to be done. So it's not disrespect to try to say we don't want this amendment to be placed on the agenda. It's just, we're saying it's more appropriate to have the council hear it. So we don't want to be, I don't disrespect my colleagues. It's sometimes, as she stated before during the special session, sometimes it's just to follow the policy and procedures and the laws. I just think it's more appropriate for the council to hear this our report and give directives for what needs to be done to get this completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sampson, for your comment there. So with that, you don't see anybody on the board. Moving on down the line on the floor. Don't see anybody raising their hand nor a text message requesting to speak. So with that, going once, going twice, and 3 times. With that, I'm going to go ahead and proceed with roll call vote. Staff, move forth.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Stephen Arvizo. How do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes red. Honorable Lamaro Asaret, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Lamardo Asaret votes red. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote?
Delegate Nesbegay will vote red.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes red. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Claw, how do you vote?
Shauna Claw votes okay.
Honorable Shauna Claw votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shalasia, this is Delegate Amber Canaz Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green. Honorable Crystalline Curley votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez also votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Wait. Were you requesting to speak?
Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes red. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Tolt votes red. Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie votes green. Going back up, Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 5 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries to amendment number 3, 18 in favor, 5 opposed, and the chair not voting. Amendment number 3 will be added to the agenda as report E, report from the Office of the Auditor General regarding the audit of the office of the Speaker. Go with that. That's report D. And deal with that. Amendment 3 carries. Moving on down the line. Back to the floor. Before I go to Honorable Slater, colleague, you can utilize your voting system when you're voting. That way, we're not taking up additional time. And if you go ahead and press your voting, whichever way you vote, green or red, that way it'll register here. Staff will look at the monitor. If you vote green, they'll say they'll just move on and or indicate that you voted favor. And then only roll call vote to the delegates that are on the line, because they have to indicate their vote on record. But just go ahead and utilize your delegates that are here in the chamber. Utilize your buttons for voting, and we'll go try to speed up the process of the voting process here. Anyway, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. So that is exactly what I was going to suggest that we do, and say maybe we allocate a minute or something for the delegates in the chamber here, and then thereafter we'd allow or go through the roll call vote. But thank you for honoring that request.
We'll go ahead and try to speed that up. Today, this is the issue of we're utilizing Zoom pertaining to this meeting today. And then our system is not working with us completely today. So moving on down the line. I don't see anybody on the board to request to speak. And on the floor, I don't see anybody requesting to speak. And to go once, and go twice, and go 3 times. Manuel, proceed with second reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Chairman So and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. You have 3 amendments. Amendment number 1 is to add an update report from the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management and or the Navajo Division of Transportation regarding inclement weather preparation and road conditions. Also, part of amendment number 1 is an update report from the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority and TUA regarding the increase in utility rates and the lack of notification to the Navajo people. Amendment number 2 is an update report from the Navajo Division of Health on the status of COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation. Amendment number 3 is an update report from the Navajo Nation Auditor General's Office regarding the audit of the Office of the Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
The agenda has been read into the record. Second reading had occurred pertaining to the 3 amendments that have been added, have been passed and added to the agenda. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move forth to roll call vote, and I'm going to give 1 minute to the delegates that are in the chambers. You have 1 minute to vote, and then the last minute we'll go ahead and go to the delegates that are on the line.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Lamardo Aseret. How do you vote?
Green.
Excuse me. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Aseret votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Shauna Claw votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Crystalline Curley votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Tolk votes green. Honorable Curtis Ganito votes green. And Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green. Going back up once more, Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote?
Delegate Nesbegay, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 23 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose. With presiding chair, pro tem speaker, Honorable Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With the main motion held by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton and second motion held by Honorable George Toth. We have an agenda set. Staff will be working on the updated agenda. Once we get the updated agenda, staff will email. Also, we'll get the agenda out to the individual delegates out there. Moving on down the line. Number 4, review and adopt the journals. At this time, there's no journals. We're going to go on to number 5. Receiving reports. 5A, update report and presentation on FY 2025 Indian Affairs Tribal Budget Formulation, Preferred Program Ranking Tools and Timelines. Report presented by Gregory Mahoja, Bureau of Indian Affairs Regional Director, Ms. Sanchez, BIA Budget Officer, and Vanda Cervantes, BIE Budget Analyst. With that, Mr. Mahoja, are you on the line?
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, we are.
Mr. Mahoja, before I give you turn the floor over to you, committee rules pertaining to reports. You have 20 minutes pertaining to your report to the body of Naabik'íyáti committee. And with that, I will go ahead and just remind you of that you have 20 minutes between you and your presenters. Naabik'íyáti committee does not, you don't have to have 2 presenters. Only at council, you only have 2 agents. But Naabik'íyáti committee, that rule don't apply to you. Okay, you have 20 minutes to present to the council. After your report is done, we'll go ahead and come to the floor and request for a motion. So with that, you have You have the floor. It is now 11:51 a.m. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and good morning. Thank you for having us on today. I'd also like to say good morning to the Honorable Council delegates and as well as Madam Vice President. Thank you for attending. We annually have budget formulation procedures that we engage in, and they are generally due middle of February, I believe. That is coming up soon, and we are going to be receiving the nation's priorities on budget from your folks, from the tribe, and collating those up together and sending them to our central office for the next TIBIC meeting, which we believe will be around April 11th. And we're looking at having as many people in person as we can. I'd also like to now turn this over to Ms. Sanchez, who is going to provide the overview of the 2025 budget formulation. So Ms. Sanchez, if you could please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Reliva Sanchez. I'm the budget officer for Navajo region. I need to let everybody know that I have a very bad cold, so my apologies if I have a coughing fit in the middle of this. I will do my best to try to find the mute should that happen. So let's hope I get through this without incident. I'm not familiar with Zoom, so please bear with me. This is our budget formulation information that I'm going to be sharing with you all today. Okay, let me just give you a little bit of information. The budget updates for the fiscal year. We started our fiscal year 2023 under a continuing resolution. That continuing resolution was titled the Continuing Appropriations Act of 2023. That took us all the way to the end of December, where on December 29th, 2022, President Biden signed into law the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2023. This was the final, it was an omnibus bill and our final funding for the fiscal year. The funding for this omnibus bill is based on our 2022 funds. The budget formulation is a process that gives the tribes the opportunity to prioritize their needs within the Indian Affairs Program ranking tool. The ranking tool is broken into 8 different categories. These categories have been identified by tribes as their priorities within Indian country. The information that is gathered through the ranking tool is consolidated at the regional level, then at the national level, and then it is submitted to the Office of Management and Budget for Indian country. Budget formulation, we're going to be hosting 2 meetings. This is our kickoff meeting. Like Mr. Mahoja stated earlier, it's usually done October, November, but because of the change of administration, we were holding off to meet with everybody so that way the new administration is not left behind, if you will. So we're going to discuss the guidance and kind of give you a little bit of a demo of the preferred ranking tool. It's my hope that Mr. Cordell Shorty is online because his office is the one that has submitted for the past several years the ranking tool, and that office is very familiar with what needs to go into this, what needs to be submitted. Okay, we're going to have a second meeting, which is good. It's going to be a very short turnaround because the ranking tool is due February 10th. After the February 10th deadline, the region is to consolidate the tribe submission along with BIE submission and then send it forward. We need to have a second meeting so that way the tribe can see what is being sent forward. It's also necessary should for some reason whatever is sent in by the tribe plus what we see from BIE, when it's consolidated, if there's a quote unquote tie, something is tied for second, something is tied for third, that it can be determined what is going to be the real number 2, what is going to be the real number 3. So that way the region is not put in that situation and we have to say, oh, well, this is what they want as number 2, this is what they want as number 3. This is for the tribes to state what their preference is. So that way it comes back to you and you can see what's going forward. Again, okay, now we're going to go into the preferred ranking tool. Again, it is due February 10th. Excuse me. The preferred ranking tool is the information obtained from the ranking tool is used to consolidate and determine what lines in the categories are highest, meaning what is important to you. What do you feel is number one? The information then is weighted and totaled by category. It's done first by the tribes, then by the regions, and then up onto the national level. These category rankings are then presented at TIBIC, the council meeting, the budget, I'm sorry. It's presented at the TIBIC National Budget Meeting and is used by the full TIBIC body to help them in deciding the formulation strategy for Indian country. The preferred ranking tool is divided up into 5 sections. The first part is the user guide. Then we have the strategic funding categories, the category justification data and success stories. And like they always say, pictures are worth 1,000 words. So whatever you can put in there as far as pictures, justification, data, that type of thing, that would really, really help. Okay, the 5th section of this is the feedback and evaluation form. Within the 8 categories, there are subcategories, or you can term them line items. The categories within the 8 categories are strength, tribal communities. Within that, they have 9 subcategories. Trust, natural resources management has 15 subcategories. Excuse me. Trust, land, and water rights management, 17 subcategories. Public safety and justice, 10 subcategories. Economic development, 6 subcategories. Education, 20 subcategories. Construction, 12 subcategories. Research management and construction, 7 subcategories. Now, once the line items are ranked within there, you're going to, the categories themselves will be ranked. But let me back up just a second. When we look at these 8 categories, we see that there's several subcategories under it. Example, trust natural resource management has 15 line items under there. Does that mean that all 15 have to be ranked? No. If within the 15 lines, say 13 are important to the tribe, then those 13 would be ranked 1 to 10 or 1 to 13. What happens if you use all the lines and they are not, they're not applicable to the Navajo Nation, is you kind of take away a weight from another tribe that it is beneficial to them. So when they're looking at this, you need to be, conscious of that. Does this really pertain to us? Does it not? There's no fault if you don't rank all of them. Okay, but rank those that are important to the tribe. Within the ranking categories, there are 8 of them, like I said previously. Those 8 categories do need to be ranked 1 through 8. Once the ranking tool is completed, and Mr. Shorty, Cordell Shorty shop is familiar with completing the ranking tool, it will be submitted to the email shown on the screen with the subject line. Again, the due date is February 10th, 2023. If for some reason I receive multiple submissions, I will be reaching out to Mr. Cordell Shorty for clarification and input on what's really going on. Okay, again, the due date is February 10th, 2023, which is only a couple of weeks away. Formulation point of contact info. That's myself, Reliva Sanchez. Again, I'm the budget officer. My phone number is on the screen. The other point of contact is Mr. Gregory Mahoja, our regional director. His phone number and email are also on the screen. Resource information for completing this, the budget formulation documents and tools, I believe that was dispersed yesterday or the day before. The other information that is also useful is the FY 2023 BIA Green Book and the FY 2023 BIE Green Book. This data can be found at Indian Affairs Gov website. And if you search for Green Books, you're able to pull that data up through that. The dates to remember, the tribal ranking tool submission is due February 10th, 2023. Regional roll-up, which means that where I have to send everything to central office, is February 17th. The national TIBIC meeting is scheduled for April. As Mr. Mahoja stated, we do not have a date on that yet. I do have our counterpart with BIE, Vanda Cervantes, on the line, and I believe she can cover information on BIE's portion.
Bureau of Indian Education. You're on the line.
Yes. Good afternoon. This is Vanda Cervantes. Can you hear me okay? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I am trying to share my screen here. Hold on. Give me a minute. Okay. Are you guys able to see the screen?
Yes, we see your screen. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this invite. Just going off of what Ms. Sanchez had went over as far as the formulation ranking tool, we are also providing the ranking tool to the BIE schools, both the K through 12 and post-secondary schools. Here we have the BIE budget formulation team, Lawrence Palmer, who's the supervisory budget officer, Douglas Ward, supervisory budget analyst, myself, Vanda Cervantes, budget analyst in formulation, and Shauna Beta, budget analyst in formulation. A lot of the information that that Ray went over is pretty much what the BIE is going through as far as completing this ranking tool. Going on to the next screen, the big difference between the tribes completing the ranking tool and the Bureau of Indian Education schools completing the ranking tool. They are only completing category 6 and category 7, which is education and construction. Under the construction category, there are 4 budget line items that are related to education. So those would be the only 4 that the schools will rank, as opposed to the tribe ranking the 12 that are listed under construction. Again, as has mentioned earlier, education, there are 20 budget line items, programs that are listed in the ranking tool, both cover education management along with K through 12 programs and post-secondary programs. So with that, again, the schools will only see the 2 categories, which are categories 6 and 7, education and construction. Here, from the FY 2023 ranking, which was completed a couple of years ago, this is what the Navajo schools education category came out as. As you can see, the ISEP formulation funds ranked high, being priority number 1 among the schools, and then the Science Postgraduate Scholarship Fund being number 20 in the ranking tool. So when we look at this is Navajo schools, and we go on to the Education National roll-up. This is what the overall ranking was provided at the TIBIC meeting. As you can see, there is a big difference as far as what the priority are consolidated with the tribes and the schools together. Going on to the construction category, again, there were only 4 that they'll be looking at. This is what their priorities were: education replacement school construction being number 1, and then replacement facility construction being number 4 as far as the priorities among the schools in the Navajo area. Compared to the overall national ranking. Again, here are the individuals listed for the BIE budget formulation team. So far, I have met with the Navajo ADD. So far, we did provide an earlier deadline date than that is provided from the tribe, given that the BIE budget team will have to consolidate the overall K through 12 post-secondary and then also submit it to the 12 region and at least have it to them by February 10th. So as our deadline date for BIE is tomorrow, January 20th. Again, this will give me time to consolidate and separate post-secondary versus K through 12, and then also separating the schools out by regions. Again, this is what we have for BIE. It's piggybacking off of the tribal ranking tool, giving the schools an opportunity to voice their opinion as far as what the priorities are, the funding that we receive, and then it being consolidated with the tribe and that information being provided at the TIBIC meeting this coming spring. This is all I have for our presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Does that complete your report, the Bureau of Indian Education?
Yes, it does. This completes.
Moving on down, Mr. Mahoja, you still have about 4 minutes left. Do you have anything to add on to your report at this time?
Mr. Speaker, that concludes the budget report for BIA and BIE.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. That completes the report of the Bureau of Indian Education pertaining to the Tribal Interior Budget formulation or the Tribal Interior Budget Council. The Tribal Interior Budget Council information that's provided is a joint part administration of the Bureau of Indian Education and the Bureau of Indian Affairs that presents the federal budget to the White House, and which is recommended to the from the Green Book. The Green Book is what comes out of the White House for the federal budget overall, and that's what is presented to the budget request from Congress. These dollars come down the pipeline in forms of our $638, such as our public safety dollars, scholarship dollars, our social service dollars that are 638 contracts, other grant forms that comes to the nation from the federal government. Washington peso this the tribal interior budget formulation is very, very important. Also, we really need to have the administration on the team to start getting the priorities involved. It's a joint effort from the administration and the council. With that, I'm going to move forth. I'm going to call for a motion. Motion by Honorable George Toth. Seconding motion by Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. I have a motion in place, second in place. With that, you could request to speak. If you're in the chambers, push your buttons, your RTS, and then also Jalissa has emailed out her information pertaining to the delegates that are on the line for to speak. To text her number directly. With that, I'm going to go to the board, and Honorable Crotty, you have the floor. Honorable Amber Kenespa Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, I apologize. I was muted. So, yeah, thank you. She has Speaker Pro Tem Chairman So. I appreciate the report from Mr. Mahoja and his team at the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Indian Education. I'm just looking at my document. If staff can help, I received the document with the attachment D, the tribal preferred program ranking tool, and I appreciate that. And we also received attachment A, the formulation timeline, and the 2025 formulation guidelines. What I'm not seeing, and if staff can help, if this report was sent out to us, what I want to be able to do is ask some questions on the BIE report, especially the construction funding, as we are entering into tribal consultation with the Cove Day School and their construction. We're also looking at what then will be the next listing of school construction here on Navajo Nation. And in terms of the ranking, what would also be beneficial to this conversation is if we could receive fiscal year 2024 ranking for Navajo Nation, to see how that has played a part in either increasing or decreasing our allocation. In hearing from our TBIC representatives, there has to be a lot of negotiation with our other Native nations. And I'd like to then possibly in the future with our TBIC representation is what funding should we be advocating for, just standard funding, priority funding, rather than requesting these certain areas. Because if I remember correctly, we consistently rank high scholarship, and I'm not sure if then with our high ranking of scholarship, if then indeed funding is increased in those areas. So if I could get more information on this report, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Very much. Pertaining to the staff's help on attachment A and D, I'm going to go ahead and turn that over to Chief to provide information to that, and then I'll go back to the Department of Interior or Department of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Madam Chair Crotty was asking relating to the report that has been emailed out, attachment D and A, the ranking tool information, it's there, but the information that's pertaining to the ranking tools and
For the BIE.
For the BIE.
Because they never sent us. So just
okay. Madam Chair, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, I'm going to turn this over to Bureau of Indian Affairs because the information that they have just emailed to us is this the what you see on the screen. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Mahoja to answer those questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think I'll turn it over to Ms. Cervantes to talk about school construction funding. Ms. Cervantes.
Okay, for the school construction funding, are we asking specifically to the funding or what the next set of schools are for construction? Because I don't have a copy of that list. We actually work with the BIA construction. I can get a copy of that and submit it to Ray Mahoja, and they can get it out to the correct individual that's requesting this. And as far as the FY24, there was not any ranking done during that. It was previously done yearly, but we are now going by yearly. So the last ranking was done in 23, and so this one here now is 25.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on down the line, Honorable George Toth.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, also BIE and also BIA. Thank you for the report. I just want to know if the Navajo Nation were involved in this budget. In the past, the Navajo Nation used to submit their priorities to your office. I wonder if the tribe did that in the past or last year. according to a lot of our needs, or, if BIA or BIE came down to talk to the Navajo Nation, what their plans are, priorities are. So I would like to know, especially in education and construction, how many input were put in it from the nation? Or is this whole thing just by BIA putting this budget together? I'd just like to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. BIA, Mahoja, just write the questions down. I'm gonna move on down the line. Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you. Speaker, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Madam Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Mahoja Rock Chalk. I do want to say that for my colleagues, those who are present, and then those who are listening in, and to the World Wide Web, that we, the Navajo Nation, have been participating in the Tribal Interior Budget Council as representatives, and then also in assisting with the budget formulation. I began attending in 2019. I'm currently the co-chair for Public Safety and Justice, but we also had many Navajo representatives from council who were also a part of TIBIC. Just to be clear, the Navajo Nation is considered a region in itself. So we do have 2 tribal members that are represented at TIBIC on behalf of the Navajo region. That is a president. It was President Jonathan Naz, but it would be the new president, Boo Nygren. And then it was Speaker Seth Damon, but it would be the new speaker. However, at TIBIC, they do allow for proxy voting. And so there were 2 representatives who did help assist during that time, again, representing the Navajo Nation. And they were deemed to be the proxies in the place that President Nez and then also Speaker were not in attendance. They are considered to be alternate tribal representatives. And that was Vice President Myron Lizer and then also Council Delegate Kialan Bigay. Both were actually, I would say Delegate Kialan Bigay was at every TIBIC meeting, as well as myself. Those also included the conference calls that took place during COVID. Both Delegate Kialan Bigay and I did keep a 100% attendance rate at TIBIC, and we did speak on behalf of the Navajo Nation. I didn't have very much, I did have a voice there, but not a vote. Delegate Kialan Bigay was very instrumental in moving the projects forward with TIBIC. Each of the, there are subcommittees that were established in TIBIC. For instance, there is a subcommittee on budget, and for budget, Delegate Hanyo was the Navajo representative. For transportation subcommittee, the Navajo representative was Delegate Kialan Bigay. For education subcommittee, it was Delegate Paul Bigay. For data management subcommittee, it was Delegate Pernell Halona. For public safety and justice, it is myself co-chairing with another councilwoman, Juana Dixon, and then the federal co-chair is Glenn Malvell with the BIA Office of Justice Services. There's also land, water, and natural resources. The Navajo member on that team was Delegate Raymond Smith, and then there were also other delegates who were in attendance. However, TIBIC did implement a 2 absent rule, which meant if you were absent from 2 meetings, that you were no longer a part of TIBIC, or you couldn't be chair of any of the subcommittees. And so Navajo lost a lot of our seats during COVID. Because of the attendance rules that were in place. At the last TIBIC meeting in December, there was a discussion on how the vacancies would be filled. Speaker Otto So was in attendance with me at that time, as well as Delegate Kealan Begay. And so there were a lot of TIBIC members who believed that these vacancies should be filled by those who are appointed from within their tribe. Navajo did advocate that we would be appointing new delegates who would be coming in, and we did inform them of the recent election. In terms of the budget formulation, in 2019, council delegates who were a part of TIBIC were allowed to take part in doing the budget formulation. We only have 2 votes, compared to the other regions. So most times Navajo doesn't always win out in making sure that our priorities are set forth. However, in 2019, I know that we did select, I believe it was tribal sovereignty as one. So it was more of the tribal projects that come down the pipeline, and then public safety and justice was number 2. We didn't take part every 2 years, the budget formulation occurs. So the most recent one, we did request from President Jonathan Naz's office, we did request the information that they submitted regarding the priorities. We did ask them, we were told at TIBIC that Navajo Nation did submit the priorities. However, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, when requested, we never received a copy of that priority. We were never a part of the email conversations that were happening. I believe that Speaker's office was also not a part of those conversations as well. We have been told that those priorities have been submitted on behalf of the Navajo Nation. It was submitted by, I believe it was Cordell Shorty is who we were told. However, the council hasn't received any of that priority listing. We also stated at the December meeting that those priorities may change based on the new leadership. And once we get the listing, we could have that discussion. So that was something that we did move forward and we did discuss. During that time, there was a request for a new co-chair for TIBIC. I was nominated as one of 3 that were nominated to be co-chair for TIBIC. Unfortunately, I didn't win. I think we do have a new TIBIC co-chair who's going to be a part of TIBIC. So that's kind of the update that we have at this point. How much money has been decided? Again, that's based on the priorities that have been submitted on behalf of the Navajo Nation. To date, the Navajo Nation has not received that. We also have in attendance when we go to TIBIC, the Chief of Staff, who has always been a part of the meetings and who has always been there assisting us to make sure that we get all documents that are submitted to the Speaker's office. Both myself and Delegate Kealan Begay, as well as the subcommittee representatives who were assigned to the various subcommittees, we were getting emails directly from TIBIC whenever there were any types of changes or recommendations, or in the event that, there was a change in the budget. But again, it was very difficult because of the non-communication that was happening between the president's office and then ourselves with the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So I do want to update all of you on that. I should also let you know that if you go on, if you Google the Tribal Interior Budget Council, there is information. If you click the Tribal Interior Budget Council under the National Congress of American Indians, there's more information as well as a YouTube video on the federal budget process that you may want to be, you may want to take a look at to see what it is that we do and the discussions that have been had. And then I want to end with, as co-chair for Public Safety and Justice, and then also chairwoman for Law and Order Committee on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I always advocated for public safety and justice. And I can say that through the advocacy at TIBIC, on behalf of the Navajo Nation, the advocacy that has been done for public safety and justice, we were able to increase some of our budget the last 3 years. So it has, we have seen positive increase in the budget. I don't know about education. I don't know road subcommittee or the other subcommittees, but we do get information regarding public safety and justice. And I don't know if Vice President is still in attendance, but I will say that one of the members, the voting members of the Public Safety and Justice, was a director for Public Safety and Justice for Navajo. So you may want to keep that in mind as you go back to report to the President's office on the Tribal Interior Budget Council. So with that, thank you for the time. Speaker So, and again, if there's anything that I may have missed, I know Chief of Staff Sherilyn Yazzie has been also in attendance for all of the meetings that did take place via teleconference, as well as the meetings in person. She didn't attend the last December meeting, but I believe she attended via teleconference. She may be able to provide a little bit more information regarding TIBIC and what has been done. But again, I think Speaker So, if we can get the priority that was submitted by Mr. Cordell Shorty on behalf of the Navajo Nation, I think that that will help us in discussing what needs to happen. In addition to that, Speaker So, if I could request, I know the new speaker will be creating or appointing delegates to the various committees. But we do need a subcommittee on the TIBIC, the Tribal Interior Budget Council. One of the reasons is we had really bad attendance on behalf of the Navajo Nation. We really need people who are going to be in attendance during times that so we'll have that discussion as well. Speaker So, and maybe start preparing a legislation to create this subcommittee, since it is an important part of the 638 contracts that the Navajo Nation does receive. Thank you, Speaker So.
Thank you very much for your questions and comments pertaining to the report. Moving on down the line, Honorable Brenda Jesus, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker So, Ado. I'd like to thank BIA for presenting on the budget formulation. So as an incoming delegate, we all have issues. And one of the main issue that I propose to address for the nation is bringing more development to the Navajo Nation. As we all understand, over the years, the Navajo Nation has been getting a stream of revenue cash flow to the nation. But in the last couple of years, the Navajo Nation, through its natural resources, hasn't been able to get to the revenue that has been coming to nation. For that reason being, as a Navajo Nation and legislators of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, it is upon us to strategize on alternative ways to have revenue stream back to the Navajo Nation. So as I listened to a BIA's presentation here regarding the categories, and Speaker So also mentioned that public safety, social services, and the BIE schools were a priority. Now it's good to hear just the dialogue from the council of the 24th council as to how this was structured. But I just want to make a recommendation in hopes that my colleagues here in the 25th Navajo Nation Council would think about and allow some provision or some amendments to be made in terms of priority. Economic development here on Navajo Nation is a big need. And we know that we have Division of Economic Development that has been trying to strategize in how to bring more development here onto Navajo Nation in hopes that it would bring revenue back to the nation. As of now, a lot of our revenue is going to the border towns of the Navajo Nation. So right now we know that due to no jobs and not having that good quality of life on Navajo Nation, there is a high unemployment rate as well as poverty here on the Navajo Nation. And I believe that through economic development, this may assist in addressing these challenges that the nation currently has and providing the benefits back to the Navajo Nation. So with that, BIA, I want to pose a question, whether there was public hearings that were allowed in all regions of the Navajo Nation, just to get people's insight or our constituents' insight here on Navajo as to what the need is. And from there, the legislators would understand how to prioritize these initiatives here on Navajo Nation. So again, I just want to, plead to my colleagues that I believe that we really need to also look at the component of economic development here on Navajo Nation. And again, thank you, Speaker, and that's all I'd like to pretty much add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the presenters. The Bureau of Indian Affairs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Sanchez. I was not the regional director when we did the previous budget formulation, and I will let her provide her input. Ms. Sanchez?
The budget formulation, as stated by Ms. Cervantes, used to be an annual process. A couple of years ago, through the TIBIC, they changed that to a biannual. So when we're talking about submitting priorities, that is what you're doing right now. You are submitting your priorities for 2025. The priorities for 2024 were based off of what was submitted by 2023. And yes, they were submitted on behalf of the Navajo Nation to us, and it was forwarded on by Mr. Shorty. So Mr. Cordell Shorty would have that. If need be, I can go back through, get a copy of it and provide that, but I believe he should have a copy of it in-house. What other question was there? I kind of got lost.
I think there was, this is Greg Mahoja. I think there was another question regarding whether there were public meetings on Navajo in various locations to receive public input.
There were no public meetings per se. We did have a formulation meeting that was held with the former administration and various, I believe, programs within the Navajo Nation. And they were the I'm not too sure how it was done on quote unquote your side of the house to develop the priorities. If Mr. Shorty is on the line, I hope he can speak to that and provide more insight on how it is done there. I'm only, I can't say only, but I'm here to provide information and guidance on what needs to be done. And then once the data is provided to me, then I consolidate and move it on. But again, no public meetings were held. No public.
Thank you very much. Bureau of Indian Affairs, does that complete your answering for what questions were proposed?
It does.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shorty, Cordell Shorty, are you on the line?
This is Cordell. I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Cordell, thank you for being on the line. And can you shed some light to the questions that were posed pertaining to Navajo Nation process on the budget formulation? And I'm going to allow you some time, Mr. Shorty. Introduce yourself and who you represent. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, also members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Nashadochi, Cordell Shorty, should title a contracting officer with contracts and grant section, Office of Management and Budget. Burnside Junction, Holyekodo, West, Ado Apichitra, Ado Isi Nasha. Ado 25th Council, Incoming Council, which present the Ilya, Dominic Bial, the old executive, and myself, during the orientation, 25th Council orientation. the Bayati made mention of that. Or Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie emailed me a while ago asking for the priority ranking that was done by the Navajo Nation. The last ranking the nation did was for FY23 formulation process. It was done by then President Nez, Vice President Leiser. And our role here, contracts and grant, is the recommendation by the president. It's uploaded electronically to BIA Central Office. Go, Ms. Yazzie, the Chief of Staff, asked for a copy, and I just forwarded it to her a while ago. I hope it's in the process of being forwarded to you. And the document I emailed her is a document I shared with President Nygren and his staff last Friday. There was a meeting between the President and Mr. Mahoja and Cheryl Yazzie, Mr. Mahoja's staff last Friday regarding the formulation guidance and the preferred ranking tool. I meeting attend Isla. So I prepared a handout on that, which is what I forwarded to Ms. Yazzie. So this was an initial meeting that we had on the executive branch side with the incoming administration. President Nygren and 3 of his staff attended that meeting with Mr. Mahoja, Ms. Curley, on the formulation guidance and the preferred ranking tool. So it was a very quick meeting to where Mr. Mahoja and Cheryl just informed President that this guidance, this ranking tool is out there for the nation to participate in the formulation for FY25. After the meeting, then President Nygren had to leave, attend another meeting. I gave a quick overview to members of his staff who were still there to the guidance and the preferred ranking tool. I don't know if the handout that I prepared for that meeting has been shared with you, and that's what I'm looking at as I'm speaking. So the guidance included a time frame, and it said that this guidance was to be released by Office of Budget Performance Management around October 26, 2022. And that document be shared with regional staff, in this case Navajo Nation, between October 22 and January 23rd. So we received a notice December 28th, 2 months after this guidance was issued. And included in this guidance is a due date, February 10th, for the tribes to submit their ranking to the regional office. As Council Delegate Charles Newton had indicated, Navajo Nation happened to have a region on its own, while other tribes, there are 12 BI regions nationally. Some of those regions have many tribes. So when it comes to doing the preferred ranking, then that information, that ranking is done by all those the tribes under that region, and the region have to decide which is the top of all the recommendation made. So that's included in the timeline, February 10th. Also, the program ranking tool, it included 8 different funding strategic categories. This was done at the start of FY23 formulation process. So in the handout, I referenced that. One is called Strengthening Tribal Communities. Second is Trust Natural Resource Management. Then Trust Land and Water Rights Management. Public Safety and Justice. Economic Development, Education, Construction, and Resource Management. So those are the funding categories. Under each category, there is programs, and those programs were listed in the ranking tool. And that's a separate publication, marked Exhibit D, in the email from a regional office. A ranking tool had information on document that needed to be submitted. One is a tribal point of contact. By plan of operation, contracts and grants, OMB is the point of contact for Navajo Nation on communication between funding agencies and the Navajo Nation. So based on this, when the guidance is issued by BIA, then it's submitted to Contracts and Grants, OMB, and then the President's Office. And I noticed Speaker So's name was on the email by which regional office shared the FY25 formulation guidance. The ranking tool listed 95 programs under BIA, BIE. Navajo Nation contracts 15 of those. And some of these programs, it's not available to the nation, and that's why the ranking occurs. So, and I'll show you, I'll get to the document, and I hope Sharon received or shared the document with you. So the other is that if the tribe so chooses, this is not a requirement. It's a form to be submitted by the program justifying the need for budget, need for funding, and the need be supported by data, the size, how many, and then also provide success stories, previous funding allocated to the program, what was achieved, what was accomplished. If there are pictures available, provide that. So that's optional. It's not a requirement. And then the preferred ranking tool, feedback evaluation, that the region, the tribes and the region get to evaluate this ranking tool. Does it serve its purpose? Is it effective? Does it get the voice of the nation, the request of the nation to the region, to the national level? And hopefully the outcome, we request X amount of dollar. Is that what the nation received? So this feedback and evaluation form is regarding that. So the point of contact is a document we fill out and we use, and it's okay by the president. And the feedback is something we develop at contract and share with the president before we submit it. The ranking tool for 25 that we receive is basically the same as FY23 process. So in the formulation guidance, it says that this is a biannual process. Every other year that's done. And when I saw that, and I thought, whoa, that doesn't sound right. And I even raised this last year, and as I think Ms. Cervantes indicated, the formulation was done in FY23. It wasn't done for FY24, and that was the issue I raised last year. When we were ready to do the 24, we were informed it was a TPIC decision not to do the annual formulation, but be done on a biannual. So included in the handout that I provided is a citation out of the law saying that annual basis the secretary consult and solicit participation of Indian tribe. The law says the tribe that be allowed opportunity to participate on the annual basis, but the instruction by TPIC says a biannual process. And to my knowledge, the nation hasn't been provided the response other than word that it was a TPIC decision. So the formulation and the ranking the nation did for 23 essentially carried over and used for 24 process. So in the handout, I just did a quick overview on the role of the Navajo Nation in this process. I indicated that by plan of operation, contracts and grants is the point office for the nation in communicating with funding agency on application, award, and so forth. And then the Appropriation Act has provision where the president is to provide budget methods. This is a part of the annual Navajo Nation comprehensive budget development process. So that same citation is what the nation has gone by for the president to do program ranking. And then I provided a listing of the contractor program. Currently, there are 20 of them, which has to be approved by Naabik'íyáti committee. And in this case, all 20 was authorized by the nation, by Naabik'íyáti, to enter into contract. And there's a citation on the Indian Self-Determination Indian Education Assistant as amended that allows the Secretary of Interior to consult with the tribe on an annual basis for development of budget. And this is essentially just a budget request, and it's up to the appropriators. The request is usually by the President of the United States. Currently, the sitting president is Biden. So whatever request by the tribe is rolled up to the regional basis, Navajo region, and that's submitted to BIA Central, and all 12 BIA region requests is consolidated and submitted to Office of Management and Budget at the national level, who prepares the budget for President Biden, and President submits the request to Congress, and the Congress has the authority to appropriate funding. So there's provision in the law, and there's also information in the Indian Self-Determination indicating secretarial amount is called. It's the amount allocated based on enacted budget. For 22, the year has passed, so we have the final numbers, the total amount allocated for each of the contractor program. So that amount serves as the base for the successor year. We're in 23. So what was allocated for 22, for example, tribal enrollment received around 998,000 in 22. That is the base funding for 23, and base funding essentially, according to the law, is guaranteed funding for the tribe. So even if the nation did not submit budget requests, let's say for 23, then the nation is guaranteed funding based on the secretarial amount for FY22. So for 2023, President Nance and Liza just did the program ranking based on the instruction, the formulation guidance, and the justification for funding requests, the amounts, the reasons why amount is requested. That wasn't done. Only the formulation, the ranking was done. So second page of the handout is just a copy of the email from BIA Regional Office by which Cheryl Curley submitted the guidance, provided the guidance to the nation. And page 3 is a listing of the contractor programs. And the program is characterized to different two different areas, what's called a trust program and non-trust or general trust. On that third page, this is the contractor program, and then there's some programs that are highlighted green. Those indicate the annual funding for FY23, the current year, had been approved and funds awarded. And the next page is a cover letter dated February 8, 2021, to Lester Sosu, who was acting regional director at the time, from President Nance and Vice President Liza, regarding the ranking that was done for FY23 formulation process. And the last page of that document is the ranking that was done by President Nance and Vice President Liza at the time. That table at the top has the funding, the strategic funding categories, the 8, and then the program that are under those funding categories are indicated, and the ranking that was done. So earlier there was discussion, maybe the nation, BIA or the nation should take a look at the ranking that was done by President Nance. So this is FY23 formulation, and the FY23 funding is what's available have been awarded to the nation. And we just heard from BIA representative that December 29th is when the consolidated budget or the omnibus budget was enacted. So the funding for that hasn't been distributed to the nation yet. So the 8 funding strategic category is at the top of the page, and the ranking that was done by Nays and Lizer indicated. Under column B, the strengthening tribal communities, the program that was ranked #1 was housing program, and then road maintenance, Indian child welfare, social service, and on down the line. Those programs that are referenced by bold font, those are the nation's contracted programs. And President, I recall, met with his team and went around the room and asked for input, what the team members, division directors, and program representative from the contractor program, and asked for input. So the ranking was done based on that. Some of these, the program are not contracted by the nation, but are on here with the understanding that these are that the services provided to by these programs are needed out here at Navajo. Therefore, putting it on the ranking and hope by doing that there's increased funding or additional funding, and the distribution of that funding to those programs make their way down to the local level here, local communities in Navajo. So the formulation process, that's the only requirement, is the ranking of the program under the funding strategic category. But if the president decides that the contractor program submit justification, then there's form available to do that. Justify it, substantiate it with data, and then show the government what was done with previously allocated funding. So this was the initial meeting with the president. There will be a follow-up meeting. He advised his team to do a follow-up meeting to decide if this justification should be admitted, so be done by the program, and then also do the ranking at the time. All of this in time to meet the February 10th due date for the nation to submit its rank program to BIA Navajo Regional Office for FY25. So understand that this request is for 2 years down the road. No president in the discard in our case now. So this just happened to be in line with that forecast in 2 years from now. What would the need be at that point, and then do a budget request based on that. And so in the Green Book usually so whatever the nation requests for 20 and becomes a part of president budget will be published in the Green Book. 2024 a year from now, I've seen that the no kid then the president and then appropriation done by Congress. So along with the guidance and the preferred ranking tool was a budget timetable. There's 3 different budget activities going on at the same time. 23 got a distribution of funding, but 24 are being considered. 25 being requested. So the federal government, the BI 638, there's 3 budget activity for 3 different fiscal year happening at the same time. And this is a big undertaking. As you may know, 638 is wherever funds allocated to the nation, the funds are transferred to the nation. 638 and 638 also comes with contract support costs, indirect costs, direct contract support. This is funding above and beyond funds allocated to the contractor program. So that's an overview. There's a lot to cover on this. Previous council, Mr. Speaker, members of the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for giving that additional information from the Navajo Nation portion. But the information that you provided, which was signed by President Jonathan Nez and Vice President former Vice President Myron Lizer. That document that was uploaded to the system. Looking back at the document, there's a worksheet. And that worksheet indicates tribal point of contacts, which region you're from. It's a whole worksheet that is together, and it talks about justification in the data and the strengthening in the category ranking. But okay, so okay, the actual worksheet that was uploaded, there, that is what we are looking for, requesting what was submitted for FY 23. The tribal budget and interior council will switch to a 2-year period. So this information that was provided and submitted in FY 23 for FY 23 and 24, the new formulation will be for the 25 and 26. That's what we're going to be working on, because the federal budget is in a 2-year budget cycle. That's how they appropriate their monies. 2 years back, kidney. Prior to 2 years ago, the budget formulation was done every year. So 2 years ago, it was moved to where the budget formulation happened every 2 years. Okay, thank you for that information. And I think we'll reach out to the TIBIC chair to actually get the resolution that actually changed that budget process to 2-year process instead of an annual process. So, but Mr. Shorty, get us that actual worksheet that was uploaded and to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. There's a worksheet to it. That worksheet will tell a lot of what the tribal programs have put in there, whether it's to Indian education, whether it's to the natural resources, whether it's to public safety or the courts. So that worksheet, if you can get that to us, please get that worksheet to us. And then, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, can you print up or email us the information that the Navajo Nation has provided to you 2 years ago, which was uploaded? And I think Mr. Mahoja, you can make that happen. That way we can share that information with the current council. And this is a learning session and updating, giving them the information that's needed pertaining to the budget formulation. With that, moving on down the line, Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, Dan Shanelle, Pro Tem Speaker. Ador Shanat Kodo Nadine Response Annik Lenigi Dosha Elkahasti Lo Kodo Nadikit Lenigin Ben Hanahot Anko Ador Dan Shanelle Speaker. Lato Yego by Yashkit or Listen Zon to probably need to go back to the floor. Or dust. I know. I could Nahat Hanzo Ayat Etoli. A call Kodo on the floor, council floor do Naabik'íyáti do Adola. A could edit no unique head a speaker Jile Hoid or Yosla what's aunt a Rishid an Haba and Dolishnale. Ado Kodo a large and the Kidiki. Did a teen a large bench and a hot Ado Hahola a Lahot out Nisla chocolate echo. Nache Chahot Sohos Anje Aje La Base Ahosja Bahante called the 638 hospital do inlay Navajo IHS area Ahosja Yahanahan data. Navajo IHS area Ahosja Base Yahanahan Dehata Ayo based on the Yearland a day Ahosja 45 hospital bahan te le do yo dan sha de ni cha don jono da ho la se le ko khoje atin has anje akot a iliao da sha akot to have all the funding from BIA regarding roads funding be given directly to the Navajo Nation. Has that been looked into? Has that been one of the objectives of our former leaders in the past? Is my question to BIA. We continuously tend to have issues and concerns regarding BIA roads. And we've heard so many finger pointing. Well, that's NDOT's road. We have an MOU with NDOT, so that's NDOT's road. But umbrella wise, overall wise, it's BIA's roads. And we don't deal with the earthen roads, we just deal with the pavement roads. But when it comes to pavement roads and we contact BIA, it takes some time for something to happen. And I've heard staff indicate, all of the funding, most of the funding goes to NDOT, and so we're short-staffed. And so we had a meeting last week down at Sunrise at the low water crossing, and it was icy road on N15. There was myself, chapter staff, chapter officials, and residentials that we had a meeting there along N15 at 9205 and at that low water crossing. And we had a BIA come by, but he just indicated, well, you have to fill out the paperwork at BIA. Can't do anything. Can you grade the road? Well, you're going to have to contact NDOT. It's NDOT's road. But we can't do anything just as long as we're here and we're checking the road, and if it's passable, then it's good. So that we don't need to get a grader out here, but it's NDOT's road. See, that's the kind of mentality that we have from BIA. So that's why I'm asking, was there ever been an effort taken in the past to request for all roads funds to come directly to the Navajo Nation, and then possibly from there work with the certified chapters as case by case and give those funding to the certified chapters to maintain those roads? I just continuously say, if the Cherokee Nation can do that effort, I think as a Navajo Nation, we're able to do that effort as well. Just starting off with roads, because there's just major concerns regarding roads. And so I'm currently in the Summit area, west of Window and clearing residential roads and the chapter backhoe. And that's what I'm driving around. And that's my duty for today. Been my duty for the past 2 days, going on my third day, trying to get a lot of these residentials driveway passable. So that's why I'm not in attendance today, my colleagues. And my second question is going to pertain to the education portion, and where do we stand with the new Plan 6 reinforcement? How is that impacting the funding for BIE? And so that's another interesting topic that I would like to hear from BIE and BIA, because when it comes to our Navajo Board of Education, our Department of the Net Education. When I have my schools, the chapters that I represent contact, okay, so what is the plan now with this reinforcement and reappointment of the Plan 6? What is the plan? And the response from Dodie is, we actually don't have a plan. It was mainly a quick rush deal thing by the former 24th Navajo Nation Council HESI committee. And there's no plan. So what do we do from here on out now? What do my schools of the chapters that I represent, how do they move forward now? And there is no plan that has been shared with the schools that I represent. And so I'm stepping up and asking you guys, because you guys have the oversight of funding, and what is the plan from your portion, or how is that funding going to be taken care of for the Plan 6 reinforcement deal thing that's going on currently. So I really wanted to mention that, and those are my two questions with some examples of understanding for my 25th Navajo Nation Council colleagues, and then for staff to understand where my questions are coming from. Pro-Temp Speaker. So,
Thank you very much, Honorable James, for this question to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Moving on down the line, I'm gonna, where I call on the next person on the queue. I have to take care of a important call. And I'm gonna turn the rounds over to, I'm gonna turn the rounds over to the gavel to Honorable Slater to conduct the meeting for about 10-15 minutes, and I will be back. But next in the queue is Honorable Dr. Andy Ness. You have the floor.
Speaker Pro Tem, as well as my colleagues here in the chambers, earlier, the co-presenter to Mr. Mahoja indicated that there was confusion between what was being requested in terms of school funding or the set of schools that are coming up for construction, as well as those attached dollars to those constructions, and a list would be provided to my colleagues. However, I think it would help the council know what those listings are as well, and not just to a particular individual, but I think it would also be helpful so that when we also apprise our constituents. I do have one BIA school within my region, Crystal Boarding School, so I just wanted to just put that out there, and if you need my contact information, I'm happy to share that as well. Okay.
Thank you, Delegate Nez. I believe next in the line, we have Chanela. Delegate Claw, you're recognized.
Yeah, Jay. I want to first address and say welcome to Mr. Mahoja, Ms. Sanchez, and Ms. Cervantes. My name is Shauna Claw, and I represent Chinle. One of the questions I have regarding to the budget that you presented here today is regarding your K-12 program. Working with the schools and the BIE schools in Central Agency, I did see and notice there's a inconsistency and a lack of recreation program. So if you can go ahead and allow some time to notify us where programming that comes in for the programming. The other question I have is regarding the Federal Communications E-rate program under USC section 254. I wanted to find out what your plans are to to modernize the schools with their IT hardware. As you know, many of the BIA buildings are old and they require remodernization. Regarding the budget, how do you tap into the E-rate program? As we know, our students are moving towards digital learning and online services. So does the budget reflect anything from the E-rate program? So those are my two questions. And then I just want to thank Mr. Shorty for the TIDX mandate. That was another question I have. If it's mandated for annual, who authorized it to go to a biannual? So those are my questions. Thank you.
We're going to go to Delegate Tolth, and then we're going to return to Mr. Mahoja. Delegate Tolth, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Slater, Pro Temp, for time being. I do have a concern, an issue with BIE. And every time we, since the BIE is on the call, we just wanted to take this concern back to your superior. One of the issue we have here in Navajo Nation is every time we bring an issue, a concern, they always tell us government to government. So even the HASI committee tried their best to intervene on trying to take this issue to your office. Here in Window we have acting. Every time you ask for ADA, they're always acting. That needs to be taken care of so we can communicate with those people. This school here, we have a lot of issue that the school, grant school, BIA school, and contract school had an issue with the background check. Then so those things has to be taken care of. Also the contract school, though BIA school a lot of these BIA school principal are not communicating with the local school board members, especially the local parents. Okay, we have some issue with the school in my area. We try to meet with the principal. I guess from Window they said no, he can't. What Mr. James this plan that was introduced and then approved by former HASI. Chaos what us ko dojo bazunda alle jo alnya. You have to listen to your community people, especially the parents. No. Those are some of the areas that BIE should be listening to their parents and then the school board. What are because even in the BIA laws, it states that local parents what are in his even now. BIE Lenigi Ajos Kate Nato Auto Director the Heshin Kudos is a Taki Jo Bahazano Ando please so we can communicate with. So there's a lot of areas that Ben Hichi and how eco Ashin Bakonosindole are they report of flag. I hope you take this complaint back to the concern back to your superior. And we always say, work together and listen to each other and transparency and all that. It's not happening until the last minute. So I just wanted to bring this issue. Auto transportation, campaign da ilya leko tini hastada hotoli. So I hope the executive branch is working on how can we approach. Do we need to look at that Navajo DOT agreement, put it back on the table, along with BIA roads? Ado Jobanza Keso Ado Quiz Kandashin Kodo Pesos Lahado Permit Trust Fund no. Within each chapter region, only 20 miles no people disapprove to take the money out of permit trust. Plans get what Ashint AI get it or think what our shame on this case in Linko. Ni a cleaning hitch now. And they what if you call for DOT, they're gonna say, fill out the form. We'll see if we have available person to operate the machine that no. Shani DOT, Navajo DOT have all the equipments. That's over at Sabanito. It's not happening. Then they always do a contract. That's where all the money goes. Even now, we need to get together, make agreement with the chapter. Some chapter have chapter beda haloni tractor beda haloko. Eto zobeshadit BIA roads. What Ashing they had taught that had all later what there. My region area from Baca, Casimir, Little Water, all the way up to Torion, Consular, Ohoncino. But in it was has analia washing Joe that the lead so about this case corrosion not any not sending Naabik'íyáti Joe with the administration. It'll be had to say. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair.
Colleagues, we're going to go to the Bureau now. After that, we have Delegate Yamito and Delegate Charles Newton. Mr. Mahoja, you're recognized.
Thank you. There's a number of questions here. Some of them I'll consolidate my responses. With regards to roads and road responsibilities, that may be something that we can better clarify where the roles and responsibilities are for both the BIA and for NDOT. NDOT has taken over some of the functions through a 638 contract. We still have some that we provide direct services through. If the tribe wants to contract the entire program, that's something that we can work with the tribe on. That would have to be a request that initiates from the tribe. There was a question about BIE, but I don't know that we have BIE leadership on today. Ms. Cervantes is a budget program analyst, but I'm sure that she'll relay the concerns of the delegate up to the leadership chain. Delegate Claw, with regard to your questions, I believe with regard to E-rate program and modernization at BIE, I believe that's a different function than the budget function. And I don't know that there's anybody in the meeting today from BIE that can speak to that. Again, Ms. Cervantes is a budget analyst and not in the leadership to make those decisions. And again, I'm sure that she'll relay those concerns up her leadership chain. And I believe the same with regards to Delegate Tol's concerns about BIE and communications and accessibility. I believe that's everything that was discussed. There was also a question if we could submit to the council what was submitted by the tribe. for the last budget formulation, and we are in the process of doing that now if it hasn't already been sent over along with the PowerPoint. So I believe that that's all we have in response to those questions and statements.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoja. We'll move to Delegate Yanito, if you're recognized.
Yate, I have but also that's the she Curtis Yanito and she lay Mexican water, Red Mesa, and Tinasmas, Tolakan representation. I have a lot of questions as a BIA oversight in the Navajo Nation, signed by the Treaty of 1868. I'd like to see some progress report, how far everything is succeeding. I don't know when BIA got involved with the nation. I believe that the Navajo Nation and BIA got involved when there was natural resources, mining leases, contracting. On that day, this contamination, poisoning our people through uranium and contaminating our groundwater. I don't know how this lease contract has been negotiated and agreed on. And I believe that it's been 1920s or 30s when Navajo Nation citizen wasn't recognized as a citizen or a voter. That's when these contract was contracted. Just wondering, when can this be changed to the Navajo Nation's favor? Because all this concern across the Navajo Nation is the same issues comes out, just like roads, education, and health, and all this 8 categories that you mentioned on your presentation. These resources, how to conquer and how to control our destiny, is forbidden by the rules of BIA. And there's a lot of red tape to establish business and so forth. When will this change? Is there a way that this 25th Council can investigate and renegotiate this contracting that limits our success here on Navajo Nation? You know, with your presentation and everything, and it sounds good. It sounds like there's no concern. Everything is going on the right path and there's progress. But there's concerned people that vote us in here. Adigi Halet Elanson, with this 638 contract that you said that you have fundings for all these 8 categories. How far are you guys success on these projects? Other in the, you know, like in the history, you know, after these mining leases, I think everything stopped on natural conservation projects. Like you guys started on a farm damming and like river pumping projects for farming. I believe there was a corps called CCC, Civil Conservation Corp. How come those things stop I would like to see that progress because I'm always concerned about my kids out there in the cities that graduated from all these institutions that we have around here and off the reservation. Because they're seeking jobs, we pour a lot of money into their scholarships. But we're sending out there in the cities and they're the one that's suffering out there in the cities. And then because there's no jobs here, because of the red tape that I always hear, that's stopping us from progressing on our own nation. With all this evidence, factual findings that's been spoken to us, is there a way that we can negotiate a lot of these like contract mining leases in our favor? Because right now, you know, we're supposed to be rich by the billions, even trillions by the natural resources. Because of that, we're lacking all this projects costs, and we are way behind on every chapter level and so forth. And if there's a committee out there that really exists, that's really is on the favor of the Navajo people, I would like to appreciate that those individuals. And my question would be, how would all this overturn, you know, 638 and the mining leases and, you know, the red tape to start jobs and for our kids to come back into our society to start new avenues from here on this sacred ground. And I know that, you know, in the treaty, there's a respect for cultural protection. 8 enigi eyado to yin eden hadna ako to ebenina to yugo eyado sahalong bani khadida. So that's one thing that I really like to sit down with you all and really consider what is going on with the BIA. Is the BIA really successful, you know, overseeing our nation? That'll be my question.
Hey, thank you very much. Let's go to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Indian Education. You have the floor. Do the answering to the questions that were posted to the entity. Mahoja.
Yes, Speaker. With regard to Delegate Yanito's questions and statements, we would be very happy to sit down and talk with you about how some of these programs operate, both under 638 and through direct services. There are some changes that are within my control and some that are not. And I hear you when you're talking about red tape and the delays in accomplishing certain projects and being successful. It's maddening to me as well. Primarily with regard to natural resources and other projects, environmental laws, rules, and regulations put a lot of requirements on us. Even when we want to remove something as simple as a tree. And unfortunately, those are not within my control to change. We can try to find avenues forward that provide some efficiencies. Until the laws change, we are obligated to follow those laws and those procedures that derive from them. So yes, in response to your question about how can we sit down and talk about the success of these programs and projects, I'm absolutely happy to do that, and my door is open to you. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. What about Department of Indian Education? There was some questions posed to BIE. Can you respond to them?
I'm not sure, is Ms. Cervantes still on? And again, some of those questions are leadership-oriented questions, and I don't believe that we have any leadership on the line from BIE. Ms. Cervantes is a budget analyst. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm sure she's going to relay these concerns and questions up the chain to get a response.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll move on down the line. Looking to the board, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker So, and then also thank you, BIA. Speaker, I think we're kind of going all over the place with the questions that are being asked. And I say that because this is about budget formulation that's happening at the federal level, and then also the tribe's involvement. As was stated earlier, there are several categories that that are currently, being presented to each of the tribes. And what we have to remember, colleagues, is there's over 570 federally recognized tribes, and that's not even including like land-based tribes, and then 638 contract tribes. Everything kind of gets divided into these different categories. And that's one of the big issues that we are facing when we go to TIBIC, when we're advocating for increases in 638 contract funds, when we're advocating for more money to go to specific line items, is that, when we're advocating, it's being divided amongst the tribes. And what you'll hear at TIBIC is that Navajo gets a large percentage of all of this money. And so, we oftentimes find ourselves alone in having to justify why those funds should remain where they're at. And so, it's really important that that we all understand that, as stated on the TIBIC page or under the National Congress of American Indians, that the mission of TIBIC is to provide an advisory government-to-government forum and process for tribes and department to develop budgets that allow for the fulfillment of tribes' self-determination, self-governance, sovereignty, and treaty rights, as well as sufficient levels of funding to address the needs of tribes and their tribal citizens. So in terms of the what has been submitted, Mr. Shorty kind of sent us a listing of the preferred program ranking, and that's what we're talking about today is, how was this ranking? How was it submitted on behalf of the Navajo Nation? Is strengthening tribal communities, is it ranked number one? Is public safety and justice ranked number one? How did Navajo rank these, these funding categories? And what I'm not seeing, and perhaps I'm wrong on this, Mr. Cordell Shorty, I'm not seeing that ranking. I also was reading through the document that is Dr. Boo Nygren, President Michelle Montoya, the letterhead. If you'll notice, colleagues, on that document under 4, role of Navajo Nation officials and personnel and budget formulation process, under 2, it does state pursuant to 12 NNC section 830G, Navajo Nation president may prepare budget message that include expected goals and objectives and broad priorities for the fiscal year Navajo Nation comprehensive budget. Then the next sentence is Navajo Nation president does the program ranking for BIA budget formulation based on that. It is my understanding, attending all of the TIBIC meetings, is that we technically have 2 votes under Navajo region. Those 2 votes belong to the president of the Navajo Nation and then the speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. And so I'm a little bit confused with that statement that the president does the program ranking for BIA budget formulation, when I think, at least in our experience there at TIBIC, is that we get the information regarding the budget and we bring that back. And I know that there was a question earlier posed about getting public input. Each of the committees for the 24th Navajo Nation Council, there was a representative that was assigned to the subcommittees at TIBIC. So for instance, under education, you had Delegate Paul Begay, who served on health education, human services. And what we did was using our appointment to the committees, the information that was provided to us when we as committees went out to the various chapters throughout the Navajo Nation, when we heard from the people regarding that subject matter, that's what we shared at TIBIC. And you have to remember that we're only two voices, the voice being president of the Navajo Nation and then speaker of the Navajo Nation. And in all honesty, at the very beginning in 2019, we did get some involvement from the president's office, but after that, there was no involvement. So a lot of times we lost our voice at TIBIC. And that was one of the issues that Speaker So and I were talking about in December, is how do we get Navajo to be a louder voice? And that was the reason why I was nominated to be co-chair there at TIBIC. But the reality is, when we go to TIBIC, we are advocating for an increase in funds, but also understanding that when we're advocating for this increase in funds, that it gets spread across the various, the various tribes that may fall within that category. I'll use an example. Under public safety and justice, the federally recognized tribes that are land-based, that means they have a nation or they have a reservation, that have their own police department or criminal investigations department or detention, it kind of trickles down to them, whatever funding is advocated. And we did request that information from the BIA on behalf of public safety and justice. How many tribes have 638 contracts that are land-based? That way we can see what, how that funding is trickled down. The other thing that we, all tribes at TIBIX, all of the regional representatives, what we have been trying to ask BIA is their formula for dividing that money. And that really is important, because when we go to TIBIC, Navajo is always saying we're the largest land-based tribe, which is true. And recently we became the largest tribe. So we make that known that we are the largest tribe and the largest land-based tribe. That our tribe, that the land base spans across 3 states. So we're having to deal with 3 different state jurisdictions when it comes to criminal law. And so when we make that argument at TIBIC, we let all the other regions know. You also have to remember that we are having to deal with tribes that don't have land base. So some of them are tribal members where they don't have a reservation. And so these, tribes will come out and they'll say, well, we need some money too. We don't have, a reservation, but we should be getting, money from the pot as well. So that's why it becomes so important that we have a voice at TIBIC, and then understanding the way that the budget process works, and then the things that, the way that Navajo works, and then understanding, what do our communities need. And so that was one of the reasons strategically that Speaker Damon at the time, had one delegate from the committees at the 24th Navajo Nation Council appointed to these subcommittees, so that we can bring the voice of the Navajo people forward and then argue what is, why Navajo needs more money for the budget. We have been requesting for an increase in BIA funds, and we do get that information. I believe that the BIE education, they just received an increase in funding, and maybe that's something that they can separately provide a report to HES on that increase in funding. We also learned through TIBIC that BIE, how much money they received for COVID, and then how much of that money wasn't spent, and how much of that money was sent back. That's the kind of information that you get at TIBIC. But again, you also get that voice to advocate, whether it's for your community or whether it's for the committee that you're sitting on, listening to, the people on the Navajo Nation and even off the Navajo Nation, and making that argument to let Department of Interior know that we need an increase in money and that Navajo needs, to continue with providing a large portion of that money. I will say at the last TIBIC meeting, there was discussion about Navajo receiving millions of dollars in housing, and then also the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the ERAP, and how that money just sits there. And I will tell you, when you have different tribes in the room, it turns into a advocacy where other tribes are saying, well, if Navajo's not going to use that money, then give it to us. We'll use it. So it turns into Navajo having to advocate to keep those funds. And then also trying to explain, in some instances, why that money wasn't used. So I kind of want to go back to this budget formulation, and then also, most importantly, as I read into the record, per the document that is before us regarding the role of Navajo Nation officials, and then also the Navajo Nation's ranking for the BIA budget formulation, because as I looking in black and white, Navajo Nation does have 2 votes. We are the Navajo region, and those 2 votes are the president of the Navajo Nation and then the speaker of the Navajo Nation, which means the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And so I do need clarification on this. And I know that during the 24th, we asked for this clarification because there was a lot of things being done under the previous administration where council wasn't aware of what was happening. And I'll use the white paper that came out from transportation as an example. So we were kind of caught off guard with what the priorities were. And I need clarification in terms of when we're working together with the president's office, does that also include this BIA budget formulation? Is it supposed to be where we work together, we come up with a budget formulation, and it's approved by both the 25th Navajo Nation Council and the President's office? And I also need clarification that this responsibility for the ranking of the BIA budget formulation is not just on the President's office, because we do have the 2 votes for the Navajo region. So I would like to ask, and I know that this is more in-house more than anything, but I think BIA needs to hear, what that is. So if we can get, some legal opinion on that, Speaker, so whether it's from Office of Legislative Counsel or Department of Justice, in the way that the rankings for BIA budget formulation should be submitted to the Tribal Interior Budget Council on behalf of the Navajo people. Thank you, Speaker So.
Thank you very much. Before I elaborate a little bit more on the budget formulation, I'm going to go ahead and have the Bureau of Indian Affairs answer their questions first that was posed to them. Mr. Mahoja.
Yes, and I will defer to Ms. Sanchez on that, and I appreciate the comments made by the delegate. And Ms. Sanchez, would you please respond?
there was a lot of information that was brought forward, but as far as the voting, that is correct in-house. However, however the tribe wants to put it forward, but it's going to be consolidated on the priorities, and those priorities will then move forward. Discussion can be held between the various branches within the Navajo Nation, and then it decided on, or everybody can say, okay, this is what we want, and then average it out. It's really how it needs to be done in there. But as was stated, there are 2 votes per region. Navajo receives 2 votes, and it's a good, I guess you could say it's a good thing that Navajo is so large that the votes are just for Navajo, unlike other regions where you have, like Southwest region, they have all the different pueblos that need to go in, and they have to consolidate all of what they want, and it can be hard. And a lot of the tribes do not, for lack of a better term, get their say. They're not able to have their voice because there's so many of them. That being said, Navajo region and the Navajo tribe is fortunate that they do have just the one, because they are large, and we are able to have those 2 votes. So again, it's however it needs to be done within the tribe itself.
Thank you very much, Bureau of Indian Affairs, for that response. Just to add on, yes, Navajo has 2 votes at the TIBIC, Tribal Interior Budget Council. And looking at what document Mr. Cordell Shorty has presented to the council and what the former president has submitted, it does reference that now the Navajo Nation Council does, Navajo Nation President does the program ranking for the Bureau of Indian Affairs budget formulation based off of that. So and I understand where Madam Chair is coming from, or Madam Charles Newton's coming from regarding the ranking system, and maybe both of the branches that we have to come together with this new administration to make sure that the council is a part of the ranking and getting the priorities together. Because that's probably an internal thing, and that we could work on with the president. And then also the Bureau of Indian Affairs has stated that it can be a joint effort between the branches. In this case, the 3 branch would be the judicial branch, the legislative branch, and the executive branch. The judicial branch gets funding from this funding source also, and tribal courts are based on. So just an overview on how the 3 branch government receives funds to the nation pertaining to the services that are provided from these dollars. Moving on down the line, I'm gonna go ahead and go to Chairman Nez, or Rick Nez, or Honorable Rick Nez. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So, honorable members of the 25th Council, I believe we're having a good conversation on this budget formulation as well as the ranking. And it's great that we're having this up for us, but there's questions being raised and statements being made that we can probably wait for some of these questions during the winter session starting Monday, and then we can ask some of those questions at that point. So that's all I want to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rick Nance, for that comment. Moving on down, Dana, are you on the line? Ms. Barboff?
But you want Mr. Sean Chase phone number?
You're on mute.
Yes, Speaker, this is Dana. I am on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Chair has posed a question allowing your office to weigh in, and I'm not too sure if you heard the question. Did you hear the question that Madam Charles Newton posed to Office of Legislative Counsel?
I heard what Delegate Charles Newton was discussing. So I basically understand your question. The one thing that I haven't been able to find, and maybe it wasn't in the documents and I misunderstood, but that there's some reference in one of the documents that the president has authority to submit the budget message to the BIA or establish the nation's priorities under 12 NNC 830. And I have not, and perhaps I misunderstood, I have not been able to find that in the code. So it may be something that I need to discuss a little further, get that site. I'll just give you the basics the way I understand.
Okay,
one moment. One moment. For some reason, I have some weird sounds. Just a moment, please. I apologize, Speaker. So for some reason, sound started going off in my office and we couldn't figure out the sounds. So I really apologize for that. But back to the discussion. The way I interpret what I heard and what the question is has to do with who gets to establish the priorities for the pivot that the nation submits. The way I interpret that is the priorities are the policy of the Navajo Nation. And as we are all know, and the new council is definitely learning that under 2 NNC 164 statements of policy must be reviewed and approved by resolution by the appropriate standing committees in the Navajo Nation Council, except as otherwise is provided herein. I just read the citation from 164A, or the verbiage. So starting with that, if the priorities are a policy of the Navajo Nation, a statement of policy, then they should be approved by the council, perhaps through one of their committees. I will dig in deeper to that, but I presume it probably goes to NABI, giving a lot of those authorities. Then you look at the president's authorities, and under 2 NNC 105B, it states that the president shall represent the Navajo Nation in relations with governmental and private agencies and create favorable public opinion and goodwill toward the Navajo Nation. The way that I combine the two, read them in concert, is that it would be the council who approves the policy, which would be the priority, and certainly then the president can represent those policies, put forth those policies in relation with the government, BIA, BIE, and those. So those are how I combine the two. As far as what I'm finding in the Appropriations Act, which is 12 NNC 830G, that does states that, and I'll read it to you, President's budget preparation message. Wait, I'm going to back up just a second. Section 830 of the Appropriation Act, it's called Budget Planning and Preparation, and that applies to the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget. If you look through those, the only thing that doesn't apply directly to general funds happens to be external funding projections, but that's it. But as far as in 830 in the President's budget message, the way I interpret it, it applies to the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget, which is its general fund budget. And it states that President's budget preparation message, the President may prepare an annual budget preparation message. This budget preparation message may include the President's vision of expected goals and objectives and broad priorities for the fiscal year Navajo Nation comprehensive budget. So as of yet, so far, I have not identified any statutory language that authorize the President to determine the priorities. I believe it is one of those matters that branches work in concert together. But Speaker, I reserve, I'd like to reserve to continue some research here. Back to you, Speaker, and thank you.
Thank you very much for that response to Madam Chair's question posed to you. And just to indicate that to request an opinion, that would have to, Madam Chair, an opinion would have to be done in writing there at the Office of Legislative Counsel. So just to try to get her to get our Legislative Counsel to answer the question within how she understood the question that you have posed. But again, yes, the Navajo Nation Council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation, and a lot of the information approval at the government level requires the Navajo Nation Council to accompany a resolution, and therefore the President can speak on behalf of the nation. And I think that's something that we will continue to research and have that dialogue with Office of the President, so that we're all on one page. And that way, you members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, you are part of the budget formulation process, because the Navajo Nation Council has to approve government to government relations or discussion by resolution before the President moves forward to indicate and talk about policies at the federal level. So I believe that was some of the questions that Madam Charles Newton was requesting for. With that, looking at the board here, I don't, I still only see, is that Rick next? Already. Okay, I don't see anybody on the queue. Gonna go to Honorable Danny Sampson. Dana, can you mute your phone?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and our Navajo people that are watching. And thank you, BI representatives. Thank you for the information. Thank you for the presentation. Going back to, I'll just make it very simple. You know, I know BIA is here to give us a presentation on how this whole budget formulation works, what the Navajo Nation needs to do for this FY25 budget that's going to be considered later on by the Congress and President of the United States. So again, you know, we're given a number how much how much Navajo Nation will receive, and we just prioritize our categories. So it's just something that we have to think about. And one thing I request pro-temp speaker, is that we immediately sit down with the judicial branch, executive branch, and the council here to start discussing our priorities. Which categories will be a priority for Navajo Nation, go on down, because that will depend on how these categories will be funded. Second, we have to work with the congressional people that represent Utah, Arizona, and the state of Mexico. We start discussing to get adequate funding for these, what we're going to be submitting for FY 2025. The FBI can ask BIA all the stuff, all these things that we're asking for to BIA. All they're going to do is convey that information back to their boss. So we also have to sit down with the administration, the Secretary of Interior Holland, and people that work for President Biden within the White House. Again, as you stated, we're the governing body of the Navajo Nation and govern the government. I think that's how it works. So my biggest concern is that we have to ask for adequate funding, because if we get just maybe 5% more from previous fiscal year, look at the inflation way beyond 25%. Then there's the supply chain that's causing hectic within the country, trying to utilize money to finish projects. So again, I really appreciate the BI representative to give us the information here. But I think it's time for us to sit down as leadership within our own tribe, with our own Navajo Nation, to start discussing this, and at the same time contact our congressional people with the state of Utah, state of Arizona, and state of New Mexico to get adequate funding for what we're going to present to the congressional people and United States President. So those are the comments, Mr. Pro Tem Chair Shahar.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Danny Sampson, for your questions and your comments there. Moving on down the line, Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So colleagues and then also presidents of the judicial branch. I agree with Delegate Simpson that we do need to sit down. We have 21 calendar days, that's counting the due date, February 10th, 2023, to prioritize the categories that have been sent to us by BIA. And I know that it's not good that we send it on the last day, but I think, Speaker, so if we could set up a meeting right away to talk about these priorities and how we want to prioritize, because they're going to need that by February 10th, 2023, when the rankings are due. And I know that we had a lengthy discussion about that at TIBIC back in December. And of course, I advocated for public safety and justice being number one to increase those funds. But we do have to take, the categories into consideration and try to figure out, how are we going to prioritize what the Navajo Nation needs. I also want to just remind my colleagues that we in the past have asked for close to, I think, a little over $1 billion for public safety and justice, and we don't get that. If anything, we all have to remember that when we're advocating as tribes, this money gets divided into the tribes. So what I would like to also ask Speaker is if we could get a 3-branch chief's letter out to the BIA requesting what the formulation or what their formula is in the way that they divide the funding among the tribes, because there's 570 plus tribes. I believe the last count was 576 tribes, federally recognized tribes. The tribes don't all get funding. Let's say for education, they might not all get funding. For public safety and justice, they might not all get funding. But we have been requesting that, as you know, Speaker. So we have been requesting that at TIBIC to have that information shared with us. And the only way things move when it comes to budget increases in Indian country is when you have the tribes united and requesting these types of answers from the Department of Interior. Otherwise, you have just one tribe making the request, and oftentimes it gets unanswered. And I know that Navajo has been requesting that formula, and they keep telling us, well, there's not really a formula that we're using, but what we keep asking is then how are you dividing this money among the tribes, and how many tribes are getting money, let's say for public safety and justice, how many tribes are getting that money? How are you making that determination of what the tribes should be receiving? And today we haven't got that question answered. So if that's something that we could do, and maybe once that letter gets sent, a legislation be sponsored on behalf of the Navajo Nation, asking the Department of Interior how that formula, like what their formula is for divvying the pot. Speaker, so for two requests. Number one, we need to schedule a meeting because February 10th, 2023, this ranking is due. And then number two, if we can start with a 3-branch chiefs agreement letter asking the Department of Interior to share their budget formula so we know how the tribes are getting funding, and then what is taken into consideration during that time. Thank you, Speaker. So.
Thank you very much, Honorable Charles Newton, for this request. Yes, we have a short time frame to address and get the formula together by February 10th. And we have to consider if Naabik'íyáti committee is gonna pass a resolution, and we have to consider the 5-day comment period and so forth. So literally the days comes in. So this meeting, I can go ahead and reach out to the office of the president and get a conversation, a dialogue between the 3-branch chiefs so that we can have a better understanding of where the budget formulation is within the executive branch, and also for council, the legislative branch, and the Chief Justice to weigh in and bringing their priorities into this formula because they are part of it. Also, yes, the letter from the 3-branch chiefs requesting the Bureau of Indian Affairs to share the formula that they utilize to break up or to distribute the funds among the 574 federally recognized tribes. And Mr. Mahoja, you're on the line. We'll work on the letter, and you're the Navajo area director, and you should be able to try to provide us that information to the Navajo Nation. Since you are our trustee, you're there to oversee and take care of the Navajo Nation in its interests. As our trustee, these are some of the information that we've been requesting for many years. The formulation, how does the Bureau of Indian Affairs disseminate the monies into the 574 federally recognized tribe? And Madam Charles Newton is right. Washington always tells us we really don't have a formula, but it's called the Budget Formulation Council. So there's a formula that disseminates monies into the 574 federally recognized tribe in the areas of Indian education, water development, natural heritage, fish and wildlife management, safety of dams, home improvement, higher education, JOM, Johnson O'Malley, criminal investigation and law enforcement patrol, ICWA, tribal courts. So we get monies that is appropriated through the federal by Congress into Indian country, and that formula that they utilize to disseminate and to indicate how much tribes are going to get. If the Bureau of Indian Affairs, if you could get us that formula information, that would be very great. So we know what the formula is. We know that Washington's been hiding that from us for a while. And maybe you can break down those barriers and get that information to us, so we understand how the federal government disseminates monies into Indian country and here to Navajo. Moving on down the line, Honorable Carl Slater.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Thank you very much to the BIA for the presentation, and thank you, colleagues, for this really good and robust discussion. I want to agree with Delegate Charles Newton and with Delegate Simpson on a couple items, and that is, I think this tool and the budget formulation process is most effective when tribes come to some sort of consensus, or Navajo's budget priorities actually come into line with some national priorities. Because if we stand too out in left field as an outlier, then we don't end up impacting and actually having a substantive effect on the entire budget formulation process. And I know that Congress looks at that when there's been instances like that on certain funding priorities. That's where we as a council and the executive branch go to Congress and lobby based off of what the president's budget looks like, what the Green Book looks like. So I think as we think about reforms heading into the 25th Council, we should have some sort of designated working group that maybe it won't go into effect before February 10th, but for the 2026 budget roll-up or the next budget roll-up, we'll have a group that really will prioritize and strengthen our connections with the other regions of the BIA and their representatives, because I see that as the most effective way to speak with a unified voice before Congress and before DOI. Absent that, I think this is an important process, but it's not the only way in which we see funding adjustments. And to that end, our lobby of Congress, I think, is the most important and the most critical part of this whole process, I'd say. Now, for the BIE, and this is a question I want to ask the BIA right now, I think they are rolled up into this, but they have their own separate and distinct process. And I know there were a couple of questions that came forward from colleagues related to the Bureau and its funding. So I was hoping if they could elaborate a little bit more and provide that explanation on how the budget officers at the area or regional level work and how that's rolled up between the, I think, 638 schools and then also the BIE direct administration schools as well. I know there was also a comment about E-rate, and I think that was from Delegate Claw, and I just wanted to offer that the Navajo Nation Department of Education, I know, has been working on the deployment of E-rate, and so they're a good contact. The next year or so is when there's going to be, I think, all the rollouts of the E-rate program to our schools, and the schools decide which partner they're going to have, and then we fund that partner. So I think moving forward, we do need to figure out a process to consolidate our voice and then work with the other regions that were unified, because absent that, we end up, I think, not having the full force that we could have. So thank you, Speaker. So I'll yield back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Slater, for your comments and question. And yes, we need to get a working group together pertaining to the budget formulation. And I agree with you. And then the other is the lobbying of Congress. That's the reason why a lot of the delegates, when the committees are structured, that's going to be that's their task, to lobby Congress, whether it's in education or public safety or natural resources. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Mr. Mahoja.
Thank you, Speaker. With regard to how budget officers operate, largely our budget officer is Ms. Sanchez is the individual who's responsible for receiving the distribution of the regional budget when it's sent down to us from central office. There's a whole back-end process to that that involves OMB and our folks in DC. They then, per it's called the Green Book, distribute those funds as directed to different programs. Primarily the funding that you receive from us is largely funneled through the PL 93-638 contracts. There are other little avenues to that as well. And Ms. Sanchez, maybe you would like to speak to that a little bit. And also with regard to facilitating the conversation with our central office on the mechanics of the decisions involved in budget distribution, I can certainly do that as well. It would help if I had a letter from the nation that asked for that information, and then we can forward it on and try to facilitate that discussion. Ms. Sanchez?
When funds come down from central office, they're already, for lack of a better term, earmarked as to what goes to the tribe under 638. We process them through just the way Mr. Mahoja said. Then I notify our 638 program, and they start the process on our side to make the dollars go through to the tribe. I believe the question was kind of posed as to how do we consolidate the rankings. When the tribe sends their rankings in, I hold on to that. Then Ms. Cervantes has gathered all of the rankings that the schools have submitted. Once she gets all of them from her side, she consolidates them, gets an average of what line was ranked this, that, and the other. That is sent to me. I do not see how the schools or what the schools sent into Ms. Cervantes. Once I receive education's rankings, I put them with what Mr. Cordell Shorty Shop has given, and that is averaged out and it goes into a spreadsheet. I mean, not spreadsheet, it goes into the ranking tool. I submit a ranking tool for the consolidation between the Navajo Nation and BIE schools for Navajo region, and it goes up. The ranking tool that I use is just like the ranking tool that Cordell Shop uses in preparing the priorities. The only difference is the title says consolidated ranking tool. Actually, the actual title of it is, give me just a second, I can tell you. It's regional final ranking tool. That's what I put in. And once like I said, we're going to have a second meeting. So that way everybody can see what is going to be sent forward and there will be no surprises.
Okay, thank you very much, Bureau of Indian Affairs, for as a response. And again, we'll go ahead and get the letter out from the 3 branch chiefs so that we could get more dialogue on how the formulation and how Central Bureau of Indian Affairs disseminates the monies out to the region. And that's one area we know that Indian education is based off of attendance by the student. With that, moving forth, I don't see anybody on the board. this time. And looking at my text, the delegates that are on the line is not has not texted in to speak, so I don't see anybody. With that, we have a motion in place, which is held by Honorable George Toth, seconding motion by Honorable Shauna N. Claw. And with that, there's nobody in the queue. I'm gonna go once, twice, 3 times. And go ahead and proceed with roll call vote. Delegates that are in the chambers, I'm gonna go ahead and allow you 1 minute to go ahead and proceed with roll call vote. And we'll go ahead and finish out with roll call vote with the delegates that are online through regular roll call. 221.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Stephen Arvizo. How do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Astarat, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Lamardo Astarat votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote?
Delegate Nesbegay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green. Honorable Amber Canez-Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez-Bacrati votes green via text. Honorable Crystalline Crowley votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote dark is.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Tolk votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. And Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green. Going back up once more, Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
Excuse. Honorable Damon.
Honorable Seth
excuse.
Damon is excused. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 22 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding Chair Pro Tem Speaker Honorable Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. And with Honorable Damon excused. That, thank you very much, Bureau of Indian Affairs, for your report to 25th Navajo Nation Council. pertaining to tribal interior budget formulation report that you have presented to us. With that, Kat, Mr. Mahoja, and your team for presenting to us. Moving on down the line, 5A, or correction, 5B. Update report from the Navajo Nation Emergency Management or the Navajo Department of Transportation regarding inclement weather preparation and road conditions. With that, Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management, are you on the line? Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management, are you on the line? Staff has reached out to Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management and INDOT. So we are, they are informed. So Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management, are you on the line? Going once. Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management or Navajo Department of Transportation, are you on the line? Going twice. Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management and Navajo Department of Transportation, are you on the line?
Good
Going
afternoon.
3 times.
Chair, Speaker. This is Garrett Silversmith, Navajo DOT. Can you hear me?
Mr. Silversmith, good afternoon, you are on the line. And the Navajo Nation Council, you are on item B on the agenda regarding the inclement weather preparation and road conditions. And we're gonna go ahead and give you some time. Mr. Silversmith, you are aware of Naabik'íyáti committee committee rules. You have 20 minutes to proceed with your report. Within that time frame, when you're done, you can go ahead and indicate that you are completed. Afterwards, I will go for a motion and second, and I will move forth to the floor to allow questions posed by the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So with that, Mr. Silversmith, if you have any reports, please email that report to Chief of Staff so we can get that report disseminated to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So with that, Shanandai, it's 2:28 and you have the floor, 20 minutes.
Good afternoon. Once again, 25th Navajo Nation Council delegates and Pro Tem Speaker, Mr. So. This is Garrett Silversmith, Navajo Division of Transportation. Thank you for providing us 20 minutes to present some of the conditions and general updates and report on the snowfall conditions that we've been experiencing across the Navajo Nation. I'm here with several Navajo DOT staff members as well, Mr. Joe Peterman, our Department of Roads Manager, and Mr. Jonah Begay, also a member of Navajo DOT. But what I wanted to share with the honorable delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council is some information about just some activities that we've been doing, trying to make a positive progression and impact on the snowfall that we've been receiving since late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, just this past weekend. But that was the timeline on the most recent snowfall that we received here. And pretty much the entire Navajo Nation has received some accumulation of snow. As you all know, more in some areas it's been more heavily impacted than others. But beginning this early Sunday morning, Navajo team worked on the weekend on the 15th and then also on the 16th, the holiday, just doing our best to complete snow removal activities on the paved VIA highways, and from thereafter we moved over to the dirt roads. So it's been we've been working constantly since this recent snowfall and working 12-hour days, but that's just part of what we do, and we enjoy that. All agencies have been impacted, and we're getting the cooperation from our federal entities and county entities. Bureau of Indian Affairs has been assisting. The counties have been assisting too, surrounding counties, and we thank them for their assistance as well. We're still doing snow removal on the BIA paved roads, but we have not but now since we've got a handle on that, we shifted over the last few days, we shifted over our services on the dirt roads across many of the communities across the Navajo Nation. And up to this point, we've been receiving many calls from all chapters. All the chapters that are making requests, we've been receiving them, logging them in, and we've been working with each of the chapters to provide information such as maps, road general directions to the areas that they need service to as far as road clearing. And some of the chapters have been providing that information. So it's difficult sometimes when we receive some of the information from the chapters, there's no maps attached to the request. So we've been working on that issue with them. But for instance, we've been keeping an internal log about all of our activities each day since Sunday morning. And for instance, today, just reading off our internal report here, we have a motor grader, route number 9010 in Sawmill. That's a route number in Sawmill. Then we also have a grader in the Crystal and White Clay areas, Crystal, New Mexico, and White Clay, Arizona. We also have a grader in the White Cone area, another grader in the Klagetoh, and we also have another grader that's also performing snow removal services in the Sawmill, Blue Canyon, White Clay area on N7. Over the weekend and up to now, we have two graders on N16, Inscription House to Navajo Mountain, and also in Shanto on route number N221. So then additionally, we have a snowplow, one of our trucks, in the Forest Lake area on N41, that's a paved road, and also on 8027 and 8029. We also have a motor grader on 8033, a route in Pinon. And also, we've been working with BIA on N13 over the Buffalo Pass on the Gutchagai. We also have a snowplow on N59 between Rough Rock and going westward to Kayenta. We also have a grader that started doing snow removal services in Jettito, Arizona, and also in Black Mesa, Arizona, and Route 8077, 8088, and 8066. All those three routes are in Black Mesa, Arizona. And also we have, so those are just some examples, not examples, but real life situational reports on a response to some of the activities that we've been doing just today. And so we have a schedule for tomorrow as well. But with our staff performing these snow removal services in these respective communities, there's some others that we haven't gotten to yet, and they're on our schedule. You know, Touchy Blue Gap is another one on N29, the Burnt Corn Loop, that's on our schedule too. And there's other additional routes around Pinon, Arizona, and also many other areas. So we have a schedule that we're working on, that we set up for tomorrow, that we're working on. And many of the routes that we're doing has received an excessive amount of snow. We're talking 2 feet, 3 feet of snow, especially in the Sawmill, Crystal area and Black Mesa area. So it's very difficult with our heavy equipment, our machinery, with our blades on our graders. It's very difficult to move 2 feet, 3 feet high of snow, and it's almost at a snail's pace, because that's a large amount of weight on that blade, on the face of that blade of our grader. So we're doing the best that we can as far as our response to many of these chapter calls. And just this morning, we met twice today. There's presently a meeting going on with Department of Emergency Management. But this morning, I believe if the Navajo Nation is working on a declaration of emergency, if I'm not correct. That was the latest from this morning. We met on this morning with OPVP, Office of the President, Vice President, and their staff there. So I believe they're working on a declaration of emergency. So we went into detail as far as our response. And at this meeting this morning was not only Navajo DOT, but again, the Office of the President, Vice President. There was other divisions and departments there, such as the Division of Community Development, Division of Natural Resources, and also Apache County. And there was our Navajo Nation Police Department as well. So, and they're meeting right now over here at our Navajo DOT complex. This is their second meeting for today, and they're just establishing the strategic plan and approach just based on the response and so forth. I know Apache County and some of the CHRs in Sawmill, as well as Honorable Delegate Dr. Nez, were out there responding to the needs over there in Sawmill, Arizona. So that was some of the activities that was happening yesterday. But as with the snow, the amount of snow that's fallen, some of the chapter house motor graders are responding, and that's very commendable on their behalf, what they're trying to do. But at the same time, I believe they're not fully prepared, so we had to pull out one motor grader in Black Mesa. So, and that's kind of slows us down on our efforts when we have to respond and assist our partners out there. But, you know, that's expected. They're just trying to do their job. And sometimes those conditions, it's just difficult to maneuver around. And eventually a motor grader is going to get stuck. So that really slows us down. We may lose an hour to 2 to 3 hours trying to pull out one another. So there's, like I said, there's many chapters out. There's other chapters there that are calling in constantly. We've got a running log of the requests that are coming in, and we're doing our best to respond to each of these requests. And so it's going to be like this for the next few days. We worked this past weekend, and then most likely we're going to be working into this weekend as well. So that's our activities as far as the snow removal. And, you know, this snow is going to eventually accumulate or eventually progress into very, very muddy conditions. The 2 feet of snow, the 3 feet of snow in Sawmill, Black Mesa, Crystal, Red Lake, Navajo Mountain. We're going to experience muddy conditions right now. So these chapters got to be prepared and ready for that in about a week's time or less, or 2 weeks, because there's going to be a lot of mud. We are doing our best right now to respond as quickly as we can. We're trying to get a lot of this snow off the roads. That way, there's very minimal accumulation of snow on the dirt roads, and it'll lessen the amount of muddy conditions out there. But there's going to be a lot of residential roads that are going to be impacted because we're not able to get to everybody. And thereafter, there's going to be some very muddy conditions. So those chapters that have access to their chapter houses and so forth will assist in whatever manner we need to prepare ourselves for these muddy conditions within the next week or 2 weeks, and that means stockpiling whatever we need to do there. Firewood, hay, grain, water, the essentials. And so that's upcoming. I'm sure that's no surprise to you all as far as the muddy conditions that are coming up. But that's what we've been doing. It's we're getting a lot of assistance. We're getting a lot of assistance from our counties: Apache County, Navajo County, Coconina County is on standby, McKinley County, BIAs have been assisting, and we're reaching out also to NECA as far as Navajo Engineering Construction Authority. And like I said, there's dozens and dozens of calls that we received since Sunday morning. And we're not able to get to all of them immediately, but we're working our way to reach each of these communities. And so there's a possibility of Navajo Engineering Construction Authority providing their assets, their heavy equipment to assist the Navajo Nation, like we did, if you recall, in February 2019. Back then, when we got more snow then than we did now. But that's what we've been doing. 25th Navajo Nation Council, honorable delegates, And we'll continue to do what we can as far as the best that we can today and into the weekend, responding to many of these communities. And many of these communities are affected by, there's kids missing school today because of the impassable roads. Many of them are not able to meet their medical appointments or go shopping. And we're doing our best to respond to those. And the counties, like I said, in Apache County has just been tremendous as far as the Apache County District 1, 2, and 3 have just been tremendous, providing their resources and their manpower. So over the weekend, Apache County District 2 Supervisor Shepard and his staff have been maintaining and providing some snow removal activities in his respective area. And then I also could commend many of you delegates. Thank you very much for being patient and understanding and providing your direction, your guidance as well, assisting us and assisting your community. I know each of you have been probably inundated and overwhelmed by some of the calls. Eventually you guys are receiving those call delegates, so you're doing your best as well as we are. I know Honorable Delegate James has been out there on a backhoe himself, removing some of the snow on his community roads, and we're trying to help him by providing him snow tire chains for his backhoe. But he's just an example of what you all are doing out there, and I commend each of you for doing that. So, but as a team, we'll continue as a team. All of us, we're going to make a positive effort and progress each day to reach out and do as much as we can on the snow removal activities for our Navajo Nation. But that's what I have right now, Honorable Delegate Pro Tem Speaker So, and the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Staff, can you guys hear me? Okay. Thank you very much. So here in the chambers, we lost internet connection for a bit, but those of the delegates on the line, the majority of the delegates were on the call, except a few. So with that, we have the report that has been completed by Navajo Department of Transportation, Mr. Silversmith. With that, I'm going to move forward to the floor, and I'm going to call for a motion. Motion by Honorable Stephen Orviso. And second motion, I'm going to go to Nathan Nuta. That have a motion in place, second in place. With that, I'm going to go to the floor. Honorable Daniel.
Mr. Chair, what do you say? To say.
Honorable Daniel, do you have the floor?
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I don't hear Mr. Silversmith. Thank you for the update. I just want to thank the two operators that are working very hard in my region. They're removing snow. Operator Ferguson Toricini and also Chavez Harrison. The other day I talked to them. I just thanked them. They were removing snow off the N16 between Tlapican and Navajo Mountain. So I seen him this morning I talked to Peabody, Miss Shepherd, Marie Shepherd. I talked to her. That they're doing what they can. Removing snow on these residential roads. So just like I said, they're doing what they can. So some areas are like 3 to 4 feet of snow. Removing that snow. So on top of Black Mesa. So I see the rate in between Ojeto and Benahoto. There's an area, a place called Cane Valley. The but you can't do much when it's muddy. That when the road is muddy, it's best to just to leave it for a few days. Because students from there, Cane Valley, they go out to the road to meet the buses. So Mr. Todici, the operator, he updates me every now and then. Just a while ago, he updated me on the roads that they worked on. So I see by here needs to electrical. So I don't know. One question is I know that in DOT they don't do residential roads, but with this emergency, with all this snow that we're getting, I don't think that we're going to get more snow. But I see by here, we prayed for snow, we pray for rain, so that's what we're getting. So, but I know that NDOT doesn't do residential roads, but with this the snow that we're getting, can you assist on some of these residential roads? I see which our Navajo people, they go to dialysis. Some they go to the clinic every day, every other day. So I don't know. We have high risk patients. The hospital. I don't know. Elders. So Sani. The roads. So I see which so a quite whole just I don't know. Be a stoke. I don't know. A stoke. Abenda Navadesh Kilnedi but BIA they're also assisting in DOT on some of these roads. So at this time, can NDOT and BIA can you do a residential roads? So but I just want to thank Mr. Silversmith, your team, the operators that are out there. I just want to encourage everyone, every operators that are out there, heavy equipment operators, to be safe every day. So Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on down the line, Honorable Carl Slater, the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. So thank you, Mr. Silversmith, for the presentation. I'm going to start with a couple general comments, then move into the area more specifically within the district. This year, and I'm saying this year as in 2022, I was not aware of any winter snow removal planning that took place between NDOT, BIA, the county, and our local chapters. And I think that needs to be restarted. I think it's something that's taken place in the past, and I recollect NDOT performing it. But in discussions with my chapters, they are unfamiliar with any planning activities that have taken place. And because of that, I feel there's been a lack of communication in terms of a single point of contact for coordination on activities and an agreement on who is going to coordinate snow removal activities across the different public authorities that are responsible for our roads, BIA, the county, and NDOT, and then how that prioritization will take place both within specific storms and winter weather events, and then also just generally what needs to take place between the different entities coordinating. For example, our chapters, some of them have graders, but they don't have enough operators to keep them moving in a meaningful way day after day or into the evening. And I know that NDOT might have some operators that are on staff or could refer over to the chapter to be hired for PEP and then conduct those snow removal activities. On that end, I want to really beseech NDOT and this new administration to remove the requirement for a commercial driver's license for operating the motor graders. It's not something that's required by federal law. There's something we've raised before in the previous council, and it's slowing down the hiring of operators to help out our people. And that's where the chapter graders can go in and do the residential snow removal. Like Shadat mentioned, NDOT generally does not perform that. So it's never too late. That's my ask, is that you have these planning meetings, maybe on a delegate region basis or on some sort of agency basis, so that we can be better prepared for the next storms, because we know there's going to be more that'll come through this winter. Now, in addition to that, we need to have the Department of Emergency Management brought in. And I know that I've had chapters have difficulty connecting with DEM. For example, Wheatfield's chapter opened up their chapter for residents to stay there overnight, but they didn't have enough blankets or other resources to help them at the chapter. And I believe that that should be a function of emergency management. Now, at this point, with snow drifts and accumulation, anywhere from 3 to 4 feet across the nation, I don't know why we haven't issued a declaration of emergency that would help NDOT do the residential snow removal and provide additional resources and potentially reimbursement to the chapters who might slow down their response out of fear of running out of funding for certain types of activities they might pursue. So I want to challenge the division to raise that within the administration so that we can see that come forward. We really need that, particularly in the areas at higher elevation, in the Lukachukkai Mountains, the Cheska Mountains, I know up on Black Mesa, and then also hearing in Delegate Daniels' district. So, out in Eastern, I've heard from my colleague now, Delegate Toth, the snow accumulation out there. So it seems to be pervasive across the whole nation. And at this point, we're days into the storm. It was forecasted. There were discussions on the delayed entry for staff into the government. But it seems the logical next step would have been a declaration of emergency, because the localized ones don't do a terrible amount to actually help with service delivery. They don't provide either the reimbursement or, helping out the NDOT resources to do, say, residential snow removal or things like that. And as you know from the email traffic that we've been communicating from District 11, we have elders, we have vulnerable community members, we have people on dialysis or they need cancer treatment, and they're not able to get out of their homes in Wheatfields and Black Rock up near the mountains in Lukachukkai. It's really impacting us. And to not hear our chapters mentioned in your report when we were told that you were going to be mobilizing there today is very disheartening and very dispiriting, because that comes back to the communication. We're not receiving updates or situation reports from the division on when and where the graders and the personnel are being deployed. I know that we can't reach everyone immediately every single time. That's just not the way any government works. But we need to provide clarity and hope to our people so that they can schedule their lives accordingly and have expectations on when they're going to be able to leave their homes, to get more firewood, to pick up medicine, to get their kids to school. And that's something that I can convey is lacking from the local level up to the division level. We have received some reports, situation reports from the local Apache County staff, but we haven't received the same in terms of routes that are being cleared or otherwise from the Bureau and from NDOT. And I guess for my personal expectation, my hope is that NDOT would be the single point of contact for snow removal activities. They would coordinate among the relevant public authorities. Then they would report back to the local chapter officials and to the local CSCs, who can then share that information with constituents. In addition, I think we need to work on communication with some of those local radio stations. Diné College has a radio station that can be used to magnify the work of NDOT and the other agencies. I think NTU also has a local radio station that could be used to convey such information. And that's something that I hope NDOT will take upon themselves to help communicate what's being done. And also when there are requests for assistance, are some of our chapters, every time there's a storm, they lose telecommunication functions. And our people still might have cell service and can call in service requests to NDOT. And I think that publicizing that number or hotline where they can leave a message or send in an email would be really helpful. And doing it via radio is a really good way to help reach folks as we magnify that message. So, moving forward, I hope we can get an update right now on the routes that I've conveyed consistently over this almost week now, and get a commitment to get them cleared, because as I shared in my emails, we have people running out of firewood, medicine, and kids aren't able to get to school. And the schools are going to start dropping these students from their bus routes because there's no commitment on keeping those roads clear, and their buses are getting stuck. So to sum up, I would ask for further planning from the local and regional level, a commitment on a point of contact and coordination of snow removal activities, and then a method for conveying that back to our chapters and regions through situation reports. And then to bring in the Department of Emergency Management, hopefully bring forward a Navajo nationwide declaration of emergency to open up resources and loosen some of the rules so we can actually meet people. It does nothing when the road's cleared, but you still have a 4-foot snow drift in order for grandma or grandpa to come back down. And then lastly, as a big picture item, I hope that the Division of Human Resource, the Department of Personnel Management, and NDOT can get back together to remove the CDL requirement, because these chapter graders in general are not being hauled. They're being driven on our roads over to where they're going to do maintenance and snow removal. And the CDL is really a requirement for hauling them on a big highway or on a highway, on a flatbed or something like that. So thank you for the work that you're doing. But I have some questions and challenges to rise to the occasion to meet our people where they're at right now. Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith. Just write down these questions. I'm going to go to one more and they'll come back to you. Honorable George Toth, you have the floor.
Good afternoon again, Speaker Pro Tem, also my colleagues, 25th Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Silversmith. Good afternoon. I didn't hear anything from Eastern Agency. When are you going to get to Eastern Agency? Right now, from Teru all the way up to Crown Point, towards Ventada, Torion, even Ojo and Simi. We need also assistant. We need to concentrate on that. Are you going to schedule somebody out there in the area? It is under this kid, Mr. Silversmith. Yes, we really need the Navajo Nation assistant to grade these roads, because sometimes the schools are being canceled even now. And they also, we need to get a hold of them.
Mr. Toth, hold on. Is this phone out?
Yeah, phone is that speakerphone.
Hello.
Yes. What he said.
Hello? Okay. Okay. Sorry about that.
My computer went out. Koroya Nadiskit, you didn't mention Eastern Agency. When are your crew going to go that way to grade our roads? Right now, we have close to 3 to 4 inches, starting from Continental Divide through all the way to Smith Lake, Crown Point, towards Ventada, all the way up to Torreon, and also Ohomsino. Yeah, we need your assistance. And when is your crew going to go out there also? Otto, the other thing is we need to meet with McKinley County, bring these issues also. There's a County Road 19 that goes all the way up to 509. We need to concentrate on that also. Probably we need to set up a meeting with McKinley County roads and also commissioners so we can iron these out. Idia to listo for that report, Mr. Silversmith. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you very much, Honorable Toth. Moving forward, Honorable Silversmith or Mr. Silversmith, you can proceed with answering the questions that were posed to you. So you have the floor.
Good afternoon, once again, Honorable Delegate Pro Tem Speaker. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you once again, 25th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Delegates. To my responses to the respective delegates, beginning with Honorable Delegate Daniels, I appreciate your comments about our 2 staff members out there, Mr. Harrison and Mr. Totochini, and the concerns out there in Oljeto and Denahotso. So they are aware of the current conditions, of course. Like you mentioned, you've been in communications with our 2 operators out there, and we'll further emphasize the need for the Oljeto and Denahotso region you've been talking about. And the residential roads concerned there, yes, we are currently doing snow removal services on residential roads. And here's our process that we generally follow when we're responding or when we're conducting snow removal services. We start with the paved highways, so we get those cleared as much as possible. And once they're passable, there might still be some snow patches of ice and snow on there, but so our big priority there is to remove as much of snow and ice as we can on those paved highways, and we stay there till applying our cinders and our ice slicer. And so we repetitively do that until we try to eliminate most of it. Sometimes in the areas where the tall trees or there's hills that blocking the direct sunlight, that has blocking direct sunlight onto these paved highways, that has an impact on there. So those areas are difficult to remove ice and snow. From there, we move on to the dirt roads, and the dirt roads that we begin with are the highly traveled roads, and those are the bus routes. The bus routes is what we try to concentrate on. And so that's where we currently are right now, responding to the dirt roads out in the communities. And then from there, once we get a good grasp there, we move on to the residential roads. So, but our operators are instructed to do as many residential roads as they can when they are in a general area of a community. So they know that to blade some of the residential roads in those areas. So we've been doing this, and then we'll continue to do this because, of course, the highways to the dirt roads to the residential roads is part of our plan, and we'll continue to do that. Now, once the declaration of emergency is issued, I'm thinking either today, tomorrow, or sometime here real soon, it'll release it'll release some funds from the chapter for them to do their contribution as far as getting access to those funds. But another issue on the residential roads is that sometimes we don't normally do those, but in conditions such as today or this week, yes, we'll do that. We've been doing that. But sometimes we got to be very careful going into some of those residential roads because there's a foot to 2 feet, 3 feet of snow in there. It's very difficult to see what's there beneath the snow because we don't normally blaze residential roads. We do, of course, the paved highways and dirt roads. That's what we're used to. But on these residential roads, we don't know where the water and sewer stub outs are. We don't know where the water meters are. We don't know where the shallow gas lines are and so forth, shallow water lines and shallow sewer lines. But those take a little bit of time because we're going very, very slow not to hit anything. We don't know where some other buried assets that the local residents have. So we're very careful when we're doing residential roads. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Daniels. And moving on to Honorable Delegate Mr. Slater. Thank you for your comments and so forth, and the positiveness and the contributions that you've been doing for your chapter regions. We did meet internally, of course, as we do every year on our snow removal plan, our process, our strategic approach. We did that internally a couple months ago, and we did reach out to BIA for our snow removal plan and coordination like we do every year. And you're right, in the past we've generally updated the chapters who've called in and asked for copies or our contributions as far as the technical assistance on what they need to be aware of too on their side as far as snow removal. But you're right, we need to do a more aggressive approach as far as meeting with each delegate region's chapters and let them know this is our approach, this is what we have established, not only with us but with the BIA. And the CDL, the commercial driver's license requirement, is what's in our position descriptions, and that's established by Department of Personnel Management. We have no control over that, and whether that is released or whether that is not included in a position description, we can make that recommendation, but ultimately the Department of Personnel Management, to my understanding, would have their approval on that, because their certification and so forth, the safety aspects, the technical schooling that's involved, just everything involved to acquire a CDL. There's Class A and there's Class B. So our division has been following that because that's what's established as far as in the Department of Personnel Management. And as far as the response to the chapters, we've been coordinating. Our staff has been responding to the chapters. For instance, the Saley Wheatfields chapter, we've been responding to Gloria Bowman, Doris Newman, and they've been providing us maps and location of the elders and so forth, the people that need assistance. So we're coordinating with them. Our staff has been coordinating with them. And another example is with Crystal chapter, Ms. Kristen Damon, Ms. Laverne Johnson, Ms. Patricia Begay. So we've been coordinating it with them as well, and we're giving them the best that we can, our timeline, as far as when we'll be in the area. But sometimes we can't be in that area on a specific time when we say we are, because some unplanned incidents has happened, like we have a stuck motor grader, or we're pulling out another grader from another chapter or county and so forth. But sometimes those impact our plan. But we are coordinating with chapters. I gave you 2 examples, and with their personnel. So thank you once again, Honorable Delegate Carl Slater. And Honorable Delegate Mr. Tolt, thank you very much too for your comments and suggestions there. So we currently have staff as well providing snow removal services on Saturday, this past Saturday and Monday. I'll give you an example. We were out on N9. And N9 going from Mexican Springs, Twin Lakes, all the way to Torreon. That's one of the main highways that goes through those areas. And once that was established and that was taken care of, we branched off to some other routes, like N49, N481, 474, all the way down to Chitzilca, Bajalin, and those areas too. So those are, will continue to be our presence out there on the Eastern Agency. But with the amount of, we realize the amount of snow that's been received out there as well too, and that's of course, that's something we are responding to. Some of the other roads that we're going to try to get to is like we are doing here for the other agencies, is to do the dirt roads and some of the priority roads too, are the residential priority roads. So, but those are some of our activities that I didn't mention, like you said, but they were included, and we have been addressing them this past weekend and this week as well too. BIA, they've been out there as well on the Eastern Agency side too. So we're getting assistance from the McKinley County as well, McKinley County, and then also Mr. Hatzenbuehler from Sandoval County has been assisting as well too. So we appreciate those counties as well as providing their input. But that's what I have right now as far as my responses. Honorable Delegate Pro Tem Speaker So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your response, Mr. Silversmith. Moving on down the line, Honorable Johnson, have the floor. *6. Casey? Yeah, you have the floor. Can't hear you. *6, press *6.
Out there, Shanatar, Honorable 25th Council, and everyone that is on the call. Out there, Mr. Silversmith, Navajo Nation Department of Transportation Director. Shay Casey Johnson, Shay, my days Gazing Ishne, Hashkan Hato, Bashichin, Han he Desha Shay, Synergy Additional, Good Ego Denishne. Celebrate in Asha. Want to introduce myself. And I just want to share some concerns from a meeting last week from District 5, Loop, Kalani Lake, and Bird Springs. This is pertaining to Loop Road, Loop Oribe Road number 2, Highway Road 99. And this is regarding snow removal and the snow accumulation. So I'd like to make that a priority. Also, the highway right-of-way needs to be cleared between the fence line to fence line. So the priority is to pave highways, dirt roads, bus routes, and residential roads for the community. Your collaboration would be much appreciated, District 3 and 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Johnson, for your question to Mr. Silversmith. Moving on down the line, Honorable Dr. Angie Ness, have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me? I know last time I spoke to you were so thank you for the report. Those okay, can you hear me now? Okay, so again, thank you, Appointed Division Director Silversmith, for the presentation. Auto Chef to Ahihan Sagon Hidini to Lace Kodo. I work with our communities of 45, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake. And so I've been corresponding with your staff as well as our other local agents since Sunday. And it's been great. And I understand there are a lot of areas that need concern and my colleagues here have expressed some of those, and it's no difference here within the higher plateaus of Fort Defiance and Upper District 18. And so my question is, when you talked about the strategy that INDOT has with BIA and the plan that has been established in the past and something that should be revisited and something that you and your team have developed over the last few weeks, I don't see it on the website. For me, my understanding is we know when monsoons get here. We know when the winter storms are coming. It's projected. I know sometimes the weather apps are off, but most times, most frequently, we understand some of those high impacts. And a lot of our intention can be towards the higher elevation. So I've been sharing with my chapters that we need a response plan so that we understand who is responsible for certain roads, certain conditions. And I understand INDOT has their priority listing, but at the same time, I think an effective plan and a strategy coming from all partners will help us to respond, but also help us educate our communities as well for their own individual and family preparation. So for one, I want to know what that plan looks like. I want to also participate in any future meetings that require that, because over the past few days, I've received numerous texts and calls about the conditions that our families are experiencing. And again, it's something that we're well aware of. And at this point, I feel that there should be some sort of strategy in place now, not only from the Navajo Nation level, but for me to be able to work effectively with my chapters on developing that. And if there are certain strategies and guidelines there from INDOT or from the state, from the county, then I think that can also be shared with myself so that I can work with my colleagues at the local level to help us develop what that plan will look like. And when it comes to residential and main highways, we also have to understand in many of these rural, remote areas that many of them are also employed. Many of them need ambulatory services. Many of them, need access to different resources. So I don't think it would behoove us so much to understand where the highest ADT for on these dirt roads for us to be able to respond effectively. And that was one of the main concerns when you looked at the main paved roads. And the same with BIA, that was the response I got. And I understand that it's very clear to me, but at the same time, I understand that we have a number of residential families that are out there that need that type of access as well, even though they live on a dirt road. And many of these dirt roads are, they have high traffic, even for bus routes. So that's really the highlight of my question for this afternoon. And again, we've been in correspondence since Sunday, so I appreciate everything that INDOT, Apache County, and our local leaders are doing to respond to our communities.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Henry. Moving on down the line, Mr. Honorable Eduardo Azarate. You have the floor. Azarate.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? This is Lamardo Azarate, Upton, Hauk, Natatzil, White Rooms, and Pagito. Yate, Glina, Shea, Lamardo Azarate, and Shea. And as a touching in Slona, create a neighbor, she's Chin Filipino. It's ne, Ado, a Asche, that's a che. All iso shehad edition Mr. Garrett Silversmith. I is Yego I don't he cut Ainswood today Yego Hinan Nishidasa. You guys done a really, really good job. I contacted your department a couple of days, and a lot of the roads over in Wide Ruins, Klagito, Burtwater, Pine Springs were taken care of because of the elderly, and all of the issues that most of the delegates have, and we took care of a lot of that, and they were very appreciative of your work out there. So basically, I want to go ahead and thank you. Navajo Nation is a big area, and your department has responded accordingly to help all of the chapters as much as you could. And going back to one question that was brought up on the CDL, I really disagree with removing that requirement, because basically it is you will be compromising the safety of everyone, especially if you have an unqualified person on any of the equipment. That's the only comment I'm going to make on there. But I want to go ahead and thank you very, very much, Mr. Silver-Smith. Keep on doing the great work that you're doing right now. I know you have a small department and a big area to cover. So continue doing what you need to do, and hopefully all of this will be taken care of with the help of BIA, the county, and maybe some of the state and some certain roads, and go from there. But I really thank you. Last couple of days, you get them too tired, and it becomes a safety issue also. Thank you, Schneidel.
Goshina, with that, we have Honorable Johnson, Honorable Nez, and Honorable Ezra who posed questions. So I'm going to turn the floor back over to Mr. Garrett Silversmith. You have the floor.
Thank you once again, Honorable Delegate Speaker So, and the Honorable Delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So just quickly responding to some of the questions from the Honorable Delegates, beginning with Honorable Delegate Johnson. So we did take down some information from your from your brief description and your request from your area, Honorable Delegate Johnson. Just for your information, some of the routes one of the routes that you have listed, highway route, Loop Road, south of Loop Road, highway route 99 is a state route, but we'll be coordinating we'll reach out to State of Arizona ADOT on Route 99, and if need be, we can assist there too as far as the snow removal activities on Route 99. But that's a state route. In the past, they've always offered us assistance from ADOT on some of our routes on the Navajo Nation, so we'll be glad to respond to help remove snow on State Route 99. And also in that area, there's other concerns there, but just for your information, we had to temporarily shut down the N71 Bird Springs project. We had to use that staff there to respond to some of the areas that have received a large amount of snow. So, but once we get a good handle on the snow removal here, we're going to redesignate them back to the N71 construction project there. So that's the latest on the activities there on the Bird Springs project, and also on the Loop Road request, Highway Route 99. Yeah, shifting over to Honorable Delegate Dr. Nez. I just wanted to say on behalf of our division, thank you very much for your presence and your involvement there in the respective communities of Crystal and Sawmill. You know, there's been a lot of email trafficking happening, and just your coordination with the communities as far as the essential items delivery of water, food, medical supplies with Apache County, and so forth. That's been commendable to you and the communities there. All the communities there have been responsive as well. Crystal, Navajo, Sawmill. You know, we have our presence there right now. We presently have 3 graders in Sawmill, and Apache County is still out there as of this morning. We met with Director Houndshell, Apache County Director Houndshell, and his staff, and he gave us an update on the activities that happened yesterday and the activities that were scheduled for today. So he's aware of our involvement and our presence. So we've been coordinating with DEM here, Navajo Nation DEM, like I mentioned, Division of Natural Resources and Division of Community Development. So we're doing our best to continue on our side as far as the snow removal on the White Clay area, White Clay Road and Sawmill, N7. N7 still needs more work, so this morning we applied some cinders on certain areas on N7. So, but we're still paying some attention to that road and doing what we can for those communities in Sawmill and your other chapter regions too. So I appreciate what you've been doing there for your communities out there, Honorable Delegate Dr. Nez. And the BIA plan, the snow removal plan, we have that. Of course, we generate one every year, so we can provide a copy to you, and then we can provide a copy to your respective chapters. But that's something we've been generally doing every year, meeting internally on that, and then we also involve the BIA as well too. That's something historically we've always done, and we'll get that coordinated as far as the involvement and the copy to the chapters. Honorable Delegate Lamardo Azeret, thank you very much for your comments and as far as your involvement too with your respective chapters and your commitment and so forth, the sacrifices that you've been doing for your communities during this type of weather that we've been receiving. Those routes that we've been clearing in your respective regions, yes, we've been getting some assistance from Ganado chapter. We've been getting assistance from Apache County as well, Supervisor Shepard and Apache County 3, they've been assisting us as well. So I know once they get a good hold of control of their routes, their county routes, the dirt roads, they usually assist the Navajo Nation and the BIA. So I'd like to commend them as well too. And I'll pass on your words to our staff here and Department of, like I mentioned earlier, Department of our Roads and Maintenance. Joe Peterman is here as well, and he can share your comments too as well to our staff that are out there. But our staff are going to be out there again late into the evening, and then begin again tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning, like we've been doing since this past weekend. And we'll do that not only in your area, Honorable Delegate Azeret, but the other 23 chapters, just doing the best that we can. Thank you, and that's my brief responses, Honorable Pro Tem Speaker So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith, for answering those questions. Moving on down the line, Honorable Cheryl Yazzie. Sherilyn Yazzie. There it goes. You have the floor. Press *6. *6. Try, staff, can you help?
Oops. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sherilyn Yazzie. And I've had the pleasure to be able to have a presentation with Leanne Roy on the data-driven information that the transportation collects. But I wanted to also know if there is any emergency plans that are shared with the public and chapters. Is it available on your website? That's my first question. Second one, how many operators do we have total for the Navajo Nation, and how many are assigned to each region or agency, your Central, Fort Defiance, Eastern, Northern, and Western? And how many miles do they usually cover? I think I got a lot of that from my presentation with Leanne, but I just kind of want to verify and go over that again. The other thing is, do your emergency plans or safety plans, long-range transportation plans, the inventory, are you including or starting to look at how climate change is impacting how we should work with our roads? We're going to be experiencing more climate-linked floods and storms, and I'm wondering if you're including that kind of information into the data that you're collecting that helps you to possibly put emergency plans together or help us as the community level to start looking at conservation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie. Moving on down the line, Honorable Brenda Jesus, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Ado Ahiahat Nana, and I'd like to extend my appreciation to Mr. Garrett Silversmith and also his team there with NDOT. And just as some of my colleagues had expressed here this afternoon, sincere appreciation to you and your team and having to be at the forefront when emergency situations or conditions in terms of roads on Navajo Nation arises. So the questions I have, and I represent St. Michael's and Oak Springs, Pine Springs chapter community. And there are several roads that brings a concern. Number one is the N112. It's the main road from Winter Rock to Fort Defiance. And then there's the route N112, which is from St. Michael's into Fort Defiance. We know that a lot of our constituents work in the Fort Defiance area as well as Winter Rock and St. Michael's. And I've noticed that these roads have been icy and there were individuals that were possibly commuting to work or either dropping off young children at schools that had slipped off the road. So requesting if BIA or if this is a inventory road on NDOT's inventory road list, if this road at least can have special attention during the times that snow is coming down, to have this road graded with the salt or whatever the grading usually happens. And also we know that in the Oak Springs community area, we have Navajo Route 0028. This is west of Oak Springs, a road that goes into Pine Springs. I know that the first, I would say third portion of the road coming from Oak Springs into the summit area of Pine Springs, there are constituents that live on this road on the plateau. So I was wondering if NDOT had taken the opportunity to at least put that road as a priority on their inventory to snow plow. And then the route 0123 that goes out to, I believe this is the Aspen Canyon area where it goes out to Seyato chapter. But this particular route also needs special attention because we know that it is gravel, but a lot of the gravel had sunk into the ground. And route 1121 in the proximity of St. Michael's. It's off of Highway 264 that connects back with N112 route. And this road has needs some attention where the dirt bridge crossing, apparently it was a 2-lane bridge crossing, but right now, due to the inclement weather over the summer to now, this road is pretty much a 1-lane where there are 3 cones just to give identification to constituents not to get too close to the edge or they're going to slip off the road, whether if it's muddy or even in snowy conditions. So Ashondishanat Ani Naja Ninigi with NDOT Mr. Silversmith, if you could address these routes within the St. Michael's and Oak Springs community, I would appreciate it. And the chapter do have graders, and I know that they do have operators as well. They've been going out diligently trying to address all the requests from the constituents. But again, with really good collaboration and a future plan as to how we're going to come together with Apache County as to who's going to take ownership or who's going to take first priority in the future would be really great plan, as my colleagues had brought up earlier. Yeah, that's it, Speaker. Thank you.
Moving on down the line. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, can you hear me? Thank you for your time, Mr. Silversmith, and thank you for making some of those clarifications. This is Jermaine Simonson representing Tisagene region, and our region was definitely one of the hard-hit regions. We are looking at, in some places, over 2 feet of snow. So one of the biggest issues that came out of this is that your priority says you're going to do paved roads. And as you know, Tisagene region is 90% dirt roads. So when you, approximately 90% dirt roads. So when you say your priority is paved roads, you're hitting just 10% of the roads in our region. That's it. So if we could relook at this, it probably makes sense in other communities that have more pavement, but it doesn't make sense in our region. And so I also going to agree with Delegate Slater in that we really need good communication with all departments that, for example, your Transportation Department, Division of Community Development. We need all those, and any of the counties. For me, it would be Apache and Navajo County. And we also had the assistant of the county sheriff as well. And so we really need, and Department of Health, we really need to help the communities with a response plan. And even if, there could be a group of folks that come from here that go out to the community, maybe Pinon might be maybe the hub or the command center, and go out there for one day and assist with their planning and really collect some good information. I know they would appreciate that kind of support. I'm very much grassroots oriented, and my concern over the last 20 years is that it's real easy. I mean, the nation has this expectation that the people should come here. And I've come to Window Rock, and I'm actually here. And so what about vice versa? What about Window Rock coming to our communities? And so I drive by a fleet of Navajo Nation vehicles. And those are resources there that should be utilized for our Navajo people. And so we drive by those things. So just echoing what Mr. Slater mentioned, our communities are in need of firewood, food, transportation to dialysis centers, non-emergency medical transports are available, but as you know, majority of them are SUVs, and they're not anything that can go in, 2 feet of snow. And so, and there are folks, one of the concerns came in, and the deputy sheriff was telling me that he had to respond to a home to help build a fire for an elderly, and because the home care worker could not make it to the home. And so there are many instances, and I believe Black Mesa and Tisagene, Forest Lake and Black Mesa, Kitzili region has a high elder population. And so just several ideas come to me as I'm sitting here. And I know there are families out there with tractors, and they've been able to, you know, clear some of just the personal driveways. And, you know, what is the possibility that perhaps chapters can get a grader or two, and that could service the personal driveways, or perhaps contracting with the folks that have tractors and maybe help clear some of these driveways immediately as soon as the main roads are cleared. Do you get a second deployment of, you know, machinery that clears personal driveways? So as you know, we have animals up there. We have sheep, and I always, you know, mention that. And there was a study done years ago, and the people, you know, their first concern in an emergent situation like this is their animals. They're mostly concerned about the animals, and so, you know, we're needing, you know, to get that assistance as well. So when these storms come, we deal with power outages as well, and so that's as a result of the storm. And in my community, we have a few, you know, graders that, you know, Forest Lakes graders in the shop. Pinon has no grader right now. They've just been using their backhoe, and they've actually are, you know, working with the school. And then also, I believe they're contracting somebody. And so we have a variety of situations happening here. Our people, because of the cost of everything, because of inflation, the cost of vehicles, it's really the biggest purchase that anyone makes. And it's not anything that appreciates in value, it depreciates. And so with the cost of vehicles and the cost of fuel these last year and a half, I think a lot of folks transition to smaller SUVs and cars. So even more so now, they're ill-equipped to travel in winter storm conditions, and that makes it even more dangerous. So we are, you know, thinking about all those variables there, and I would appreciate this emergency declaration. You know, I just not in agreement with all the documentation that needs to come in. The chapter folks are really busy. They're also answering phone calls. A lot of people are upset, and they're bombarded with phone calls as well. So, you know, really let's extend, let's meet them. Let's meet our communities a little bit more than halfway. So I would appreciate that in Hinge Cade with all the Navajo Nation departments that might be listening. And for my region, I hope, well, not I hope, but within the next month or so, I'd like to pull, you know, our chapters together, and so we could create a response plan. And like Mr. Andy Nez mentioned, we are usually well notified of storms coming in. And so we really need to, you know, work with that and be as prepared as we can. Thank you.
Oshina, thank you very much. With that, I'm gonna go back to Mr. Garrett Silversmith to respond to the questions posed to Navajo Department of Transportation. Mr. Silversmith, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, and once again, thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Speaker So, and the 25th Navajo Nation Council delegates, honorable delegates. So going back to respond to several of the delegates' questions and recommendations and suggestions, beginning with Honorable Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie there, is for some of the responses there, we have approximately 23 operators, heavy equipment operators. Some of them are equipment operators, others are heavy equipment operators, and then others have classified as senior heavy equipment operators. So we have 23 of those, and we have also laborers. We have approximately 20 of them. So all these 43 personnel, just from our Department of Roads Maintenance, their priority right now is to make as best a positive impact snow removal services that we need to for the Navajo Nation. So everybody's detailed for that purpose right now. And the inventory that you had mentioned, every year we keep track of our inventory as far as the amount of changes in our dirt roads that happens on a yearly basis in our highways and our bridges. So we coordinate that information with the BIA, and then we update our inventory. And every year we have updates on our inventory, our assets on the Navajo Nation as far as dirt roads, highways, and bridges. And every year on the changes and the updates that happen, those go before RDC for review and approval. Then thereafter, it gets submitted to Federal Highway Administration. So that's something that our Department of Planning is currently updates on as far as our inventory. And as we mentioned before, there's approximately 9,500 miles of dirt roads within the Navajo Nation, and that includes the BIA and the Navajo Nation routes, and about 1,700 paved highway miles, then also about 195 bridges. So it's a large inventory, and it's something that we're tasked to manage and update every year. The emergency plan that you had mentioned in one of your questions there, the creation of one, to my understanding, just based on my experience here on the Navajo Nation, is that every chapter should have an emergency plan in place, created by their staff, and I'm sure every chapter has one. And that's, to my understanding, that's the coordination with the Division of Community Development. And I believe there's one. Of course, I can't speak for every chapter, but I'm sure there's one that exists as far as the chapter, as far as emergent response to whatever natural disaster or emergency situation occurs. But we have one as far as a system here established in how we respond, as far as certain responses, like last year when we did the monsoon season, when we did the amount of rain that came, and we followed our plan as far as how we're gonna respond to that situation. And then, of course, right now during this time of emergency, right now with the snowfall, we're following our plan too, as well as how we're responding. And I believe BIA has one as well, as far as their response to any type of emergencies. But moving on to Honorable Delegate Brenda Jesus as well. Thank you for your words too, and your input and your suggestions and recommendations on behalf of your communities. And you mentioned several routes in your community, like N28, N123 are just some of them that you had mentioned. Those are on their schedule too. I know these routes, of course, they're established as bus routes, and they're established as high priority routes. And N12, N1112 too, you mentioned. So those are some of the routes that we've been addressing as best as we can. I know you specifically mentioned the old Red Lake Road too, from Fort Defiance to going northward all the way up to the old chapter house in Red Lake, New Mexico, and up to Navajo. That was a road that we weren't able to immediately respond to, and now we're getting into the muddy conditions already. We had a motor grader stuck in there on that road just in the last couple of days, so we're doing our best that we can. That was one of the routes that we weren't able to quickly respond to. But we attempted to, and then we're still trying to. We got stuck with one of our motor graders out on that road too. But N12 from I-40 all the way up to Staley, Wheatfields, and going up to Round Rock, and beyond N12. That was one of our main priority routes one of the first routes I responded to. That's a paved route again, and then that was one of the first routes that we addressed on Saturday, and coming into this week. And there's still, like I mentioned, there's still patches of snow and ice on there that we're trying to address there. But I appreciate your suggestions, and we have staff here in our conference room taking down some notes as far as the routes that you want for us to further address. The route from south from Highway 264, Pine Springs Road. We've noted that, and I believe we have a grader in the area right now that's going to respond to the Pine Springs concern there. And I know they receive excessive amount of snow in that area as well too. Moving on to Honorable Delegate Simonson. Thank you as well for your input and recommendations to the advancement of the snow removal services. But for your information, we have 5 blades, five motor graders in the Zisla-Jean region, and these 5 blades are addressed solely for the purpose of doing snow removal services in that entire Zisla-Jean region: Black Mesa, Forest Lake, Pinon, Hard Rock, and so forth. But we have 5 blades in that area, and we've been communicating with Black Mesa chapter and some of the local chapters there too. We're getting so many requests in the Zisla-Jean region, a large amount of snow, especially on the upper routes there above Forest Lake and above Black Mesa. 8066 is one of them, the route from N41. The N41 is the main paved road from Pinon going north to the coal mine up there. 8066 and 8065, we've been getting a lot of emails from Black Mesa chapter. 8033 as well, and some of these routes are on our schedule too. But another route that's one of our first paved routes that we respond to is N41, the paved road. We also have on our schedule 8027, 8029, and 8032. Those routes are west, and as you're aware of, west and north of Pinon. So we've been getting requests from the Hard Rock chapter as well for 8027 and 8029. And as I mentioned, we're getting assistance from the BIA in the agency. So you might have heard Director Mahoja's report on those particular routes maybe earlier today. But those are my responses right now. My brief responses are Honorable Delegate Pro Tem Speaker. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith, for providing answers to the question posed to you. Moving on down the line, looking at the queue, Honorable Councilman Curley, you have the floor.
Ich have Pro Tem Speaker. Although ich that is not although ich have Mr. Silversmith for providing a detail of the plans that have been going on within our communities. So a lot of my questions were already answered with some of the delegates that have already answered, but my questions are in regards to the declaration of emergency, and hopefully that does come out soon from the administration. And I just want to thank my chapters for being proactive within this past week. So what we have been submitting were the snow removal forms and also the ICS Form 213s. So I know once we declare emergency, an emergency command center has to be established. So I just really encourage the administration to set up one within the central agency. I believe that majority of our roads within central agency and within my region are in dire need of road improvements and snow removal, and even all the way down to public health response. So my question is also, once the declaration of emergency is declared, who will be our point of contact for all 213s, especially within the planning sections for road improvements? And maybe you can email us that contact information once the declaration is declared. And I just also encourage to invite all of our counties, especially with Navajo and also Apache, to be part of the emergency command center once it's established. So those are just my few comments, Pro Temp Speaker.
Hey, thank you very much. Moving on down the line, Honorable Shana Fla, you have the floor.
Yeah, Good afternoon. Chair. So, Mr. Silversmith. The question I have for you is, you and le a team baho le one has agi akunda eya hashit adi beso nana no sesto lesson so Francis case. The question I have is, we as the Navajo Nation need to think about generating revenue. And I think Navajo Department of Transportation is in an ideal position to take that opportunity. So my question is, how are communities able to maximize grant opportunities with the U.S. Department of Transportation? Has NDOT collaborated with chapters or applied on its own for the RAISE grant, Safe Streets for All, FAA grant, Transit grant? And then another opportunity is Chinle Unified School District now has 3 electric buses in its fleet. So they are the first district on the nation to have that. So I wanted to find out, does NDOT have an electrical vehicle initiative in place? And then with all of the funding formulas that we have for transportation, maybe you can just provide a brief update for us. To all our NDOT staff for being out on the roads, being away from their families, the travel time. Thank
Thank you very much, Honorable Claw, for your questions. Moving on down the line, Honorable Nota, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, hey, Mr. Silversmith. This is Nathan Nota, council delegate from District 14. I represent Mexican Springs, Twin Lakes, Tallahatchie, Coyote Canyon, Nass City. Just like everybody's saying, we're tucked right into the Chusca Mountains on the east side. We get a lot of the runoff from the mountains. When it snows, we're going to get a lot of runoff through the spring. We have Navajo Route 30 out of Mexican Springs. It turns into 31 coming into Navajo. We have the Deer Springs Road in Mexican Springs, Service Route 37 in Tallahatchie, and the Hot Springs Road, and some others. But the thing I want to talk to you or mention to you today is there's a lot of confusion, especially in Mexican Springs and all the side roads between tribal roads, BIA, county roads. Who has the most accurate record of who is responsible for these roads? I feel like I've seen the information from BIA and the tribe. I'd like to know who has the most accurate record of who is responsible. I think I want to do a different approach rather than just reacting all the time. I'd like to do a newer kind of a long-term approach to minimize these impacts, especially the span. I see it really has an impact on our communities. I think when there were dams all the way up the mountain, those culverts, those bridges that over the years, most of them have been washed away. So I'm trying to get maybe the tribal people, the BIA, County Corps of Engineers, and these individuals to maybe do a long-term watershed and a study to be able to do good roads all the way back from the span down into these communities. But I think what I need to start with, I'm not asking for updates on these roads that I'm mentioning, because I think you guys are working on those. Right now, I just need to see a map. And then once I get that map, I can talk to my and we probably need to come into your office. We need to talk to you direct to hopefully get something done. And on a long-term basis, we can't keep doing this year after year. So my question is, where can I get the most accurate map for start? I can't, Mr. Silversmith. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and go to Mr. Silversmith to provide a response to the question posed to yourself and to the Navajo Department of Transportation. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you once again, Honorable Delegate Pro Tem Speaker So and Honorable Delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So my responses are as follows, beginning with Honorable Delegate Curley. 8059 Low Mountain and Route 60 and 67 are just some of our routes that are on schedule that are on our schedule right now for snow removal activities. I know today and yesterday we've been getting emails on Low Mountain from Low Mountain chapter on 8059, and also of course pictures have been sent to us along with the request, just like many other chapters have been doing. So that's on our schedule right now, and for snow removal of services. And to my understanding, again, the declaration of emergency is what we met on this morning and what they met at 1 o'clock today on. So I believe they're still working on it and then putting all the content together, the language and so forth. So to my understanding, that's still happening right now. I know Blue Gap Touchy chapter has been reaching out to us as far as our response too. That's on our schedule too. And some of these chapters, all 110 chapters, not all of them have been sending requests, but many of the chapters that have been sending requests, unfortunately, we can't respond to every one of them at the same time. As I mentioned, we have 23 operators, 23 heavy equipment operators, and each of these 23 operators, maybe there's 2 or 3 of them on a particular route at the same time. So at any one given time, there's approximately 5 to 15 routes that we are on, and then just there's 9,500 dirt road miles, and but anyway, that's just some background information. And as far as the response currently happening on the Navajo Nation, just from our meeting. But just from our meeting this morning on the declaration of emergency, the incident commander has been established, and then there's also leads established as far as the planning, logistics, operations, and finance. And those currently have been established. Those 4 main departments under the FEMA response as far as to incidences like this, the operations, the planning, logistics, and finance. And so that's being finalized right now. And an incident commander individual has been named. So it's, I'll leave that up to Mr. So on his response and his background information as far as Department of Emergency Management. He does have more information on that. So thank you, Honorable Delegate Curley. Moving on to Honorable Delegate Clough. Thank you very much for your questions and suggestions as well. But for background information, yes, we normally in the past we've communicated with all communities as best as we could as far as their priority rights. Right now, what has been previously established with previous feedback and input from all 110 chapters was we have high priority roads that has been established as far as priorities in each delegate region and in each chapter. So we have those routes established. Their high priority needs, priority number 1 all the way down to priority number 2 and so forth. We have that established in our dirt road dirt road maintenance program. And then some of the routes, some of the grants that we've applied here in the past and that we're working on, for instance, the RAISE grant that you had mentioned in the past is one of the routes is N15, and so that's one of the routes which is from Burnside going south all the way to Greasewood, and that's one of the routes that we applied for in recent years, and we were unsuccessful in getting any award funds from that route. Another one was just recently the safety grant. N36 is something that we, from Shiprock going eastward to Farmington, that was another route that we applied for. And we were able to get funds. We were able to be successful and get the funds. That was a route that was supposed to have gone into construction last year, but that didn't happen, and we're working on going into construction on that N36 route. Another grant that we've been we recently applied for is a $2 million grant from Federal Highway Administration for electronic charging stations, and a $2 million grant, so hopefully we're successful there. So we've been getting requests for establishment of electronic vehicles across charging stations across the Navajo Nation, and so that's a grant that we applied for. But that's just for your information on some of the grants that we've recently applied for. Thank you very much, Honorable Delegate Clough, for that question and recommendation. Last delegate is Honorable Delegate Nota. Yes, as far as the information about the accurateness of inventory that we keep, it's one concise inventory system that both the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Navajo Nation we both put our information. It's condensed into one system called the National Tribal Transportation Facility Inventory, and that's a system, NTTFI, that at any given time you'll find all the characteristics and details of all the assets of the Navajo Nation BIA. So on this common system, the NTTFI, that's where all our routes, our dirt roads, gravel roads, paved roads, and bridges, all the information is on there, and it's very accurate, and that's available for your information as well too. Tomorrow, in the room with me is our Department of Planning Manager, Miss Leanne Roy. So she's here, and she said she's available to meet with you tomorrow if you so choose to meet with her, Miss Leanne Roy, and she can provide you with some maps on a 24 by 36 inch size for any area that you wish. We have plotters that can produce those maps for you. But you're welcome, always welcome anytime, as well as any honorable delegates to come over, and we can provide maps to your delegate regions. I know those are very, very useful in times like this. You can pin those up on the wall, on the table, and then you can strategize with your community members and your leadership on certain areas that need, just strategize on these large 24 by 36 inch maps. But we have that available, and we'd be glad to print some of those out for you, Honorable Delegate Nota. That's what I have, Honorable Delegate Pro Tem Speaker. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith. Does that complete your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, thank you very much for your response. Moving on down the line, looking to the board, Honorable Mardo Azaret, you have the floor.
Mr. Silversmith, though your department, although Mr. Speaker, though I have one question. You keep on bringing up the amount of employees that you have. My question to you is, would it be a good idea to get equipment operators who are CDL certified from other divisions or departments to help in the process? And do we need, if there is, do we need a directive or legislation brought up to make this happen, to help you? Thank you. Speaker? I can't hear you.
You need to.
Can you hear
have
me?
four.
Mr. Silversmith? Yateo ya kudot atin andaz tiba yadalti. Shilto lego Northern Agency dego. I represent District 9 and District 12. And so Mexican Water, Totlacan, Red Mesa. I represent those areas, and I try to respond an email to my constituents chapters, but they haven't responded back to me. The only one that's responded back to me is Totlacan. They had a emergency road grading that they need assistance on. But road number 5047 and N35, county 534, county 477. That's the only response I have, and I appreciate if you contact my chapters over there, because I left this morning when the ground was still frozen. And I know that past 2 days we had a lot of snow and rain. So I don't know how the conditions are at these chapters. Yeah. And then we're use of Utah County Road Department. But then when there's emergency, those guys will be out there driving around, checking the roads and how the conditions are. That's how we used to operate, but now it's under your department. So you need to go take care of my chapters over there.
Mr. Unito, Honorable Unito, for posing those questions. Before I move on, I'm gonna look to the floor, see if any delegates raising their hands. So I'm gonna go move forward to Mr. Silversmith. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. So. I'll begin with Mr. Azarette, Honorable Delegate Azarette. So in response to his question is, we would welcome any employee of the Navajo Nation who has that licensure of a CDL. And I would believe if any employee that had a CDL would probably be from General Services, Facilities Management maybe. But yeah, in times like this, that's an excellent idea that we could utilize that resource from a different division or department to assist with snow removal activities, transportation of heavy equipment to and from chapters for purposes of snow removal. So that's an idea that we can, but that's something that we would have to look into, see who does have that CDL. We do have other employees aside from those 23 heavy equipment operators that have CDLs, and that's from our transit system. Our transit system, as you're aware of, was transferred over to the Navajo Nation in November of 2021, and we have an additional 10 to 15 other individuals there that have that CDL. but their responsibility is to transport our passengers and travelers on the Navajo transit system every day. So they're entirely consumed with that responsibility. And but we can't pull anybody from the transit system right now because that's a huge responsibility, getting our Navajo Nation employees to and from the locations and so forth. But if there ever was an opportunity, yes, that's another resource that we could capitalize on, is using our additional CDL operators from the Navajo transit system. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Azarette. And Honorable Delegate Yanito, thank you for your information. And like I mentioned, we have our Department of Planning Manager here, Ms. Leanne Roy, who will reach out to your chapters in the Northern Agency as far as contacting them on providing updates on some of the routes that you had mentioned, the N35 Sweetwater project, then also the N47. And then at the same time, we'll update them on our regional road blading and our road funds, fuel excise tax road blading programs. Those are two separate programs that we do every year as far as road maintenance activities on routes in each chapter of your region. So Ms. Roy's here, and she'll do that with her staff, reaching out to your chapters in your delegate region. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Speaker Pro Tem So.
Yeah, no, you provided response to questions posed to you, Mr. Garrett Silversmith, who is a candidate for the division director for Navajo Department of Transportation. Moving on down the line. Another follow-up question posed by Honorable Yanito. You have the floor.
Yadanateo, Mr. Silversmith, for your response. I just want to share some recommendation I think you should consider. Anidia Azaret to respond inside you know, like anybody that has an CDL is welcome to employ the Ninigi. There's some employees with Utah and Colorado and Arizona counties that has CDL. And then at this moment, you know, like emergency cases, I think those individuals, they like to have an extra hours of work. HA, do you guys consider hiring those kind of employment during their off times on weekends or so? I just want to make a recommendation and see if you guys look into it. That'll be my question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Moving on down the line. Honorable George Toth.
Speaker, thank you again. Pro Tem Chiche, Ado, getting employees and other people, you're gonna have to pay them. I believe the DOT doesn't have additional money to compensate these operators. So it's kind of risky if you're going to have the employees from the nation, again, liability, and then they had to be hired temporarily. You got to have the money. So where can we get the money to pay these individuals? Atila anik and Atila anik ashink hudat in Abahatski Hade Zago not That's where you have to look at the liability of insurance of that the department, the personnel and all that. It's a good idea, but you have to have additional funds, insurance coverage. I just want to mention all of my colleagues. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Looking to the board, I don't see any person who's on the in the queue and on the floor. Then so Honorable Mr. Silversmith, we'll come back to you. You have the floor.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker Pro Tem. So going back to Delegate Yanito's recommendation to pursue additional CDL operators for the Navajo Nation is, right now we have vacancies. We have many vacancies as far as CDL operators. And with the 23 that we have right now in our Department of Roads Maintenance, ideally, we should probably have in the neighborhood at least 40 to 45 operators, somewhere in that area. That will double our resources, our staff size, and our response. But then logically, you think, then why don't we fill these vacancies? We've been trying to do that. It's one of the concerns is our salaries as far as operators, not just operators, but in general positions across every established position across the Navajo Nation is, to my understanding, is not to the level of competitiveness to the local communities. Our federal, state, county partners pay more than the Navajo Nation. So that's more attractive to these potential employees. And that's where we are losing some staff members, potential staff members too. They decide to pursue the higher salary positions. But, that may apply to some employees, some potential employees, but others, they decide to pursue employment on the Navajo Nation because that's where their family is from and so forth, and that's where their permanent homes for, so they're willing to work for the Navajo Nation. But those are one of the challenges that we're having right now is filling those vacancies for these CDL operators. And last year, we had a couple of recruitment drives to potentially capture some candidates who are willing to apply for employment with Navajo DOT. We had one in Blanding last year at the local CDL school there. I can't recall the school, but we had one in I believe it was November of last year, where we tried to attract some CDL at the Blanding school there, the CDL school. We were there for a few hours talking and just general discussions with some of the students there that were pursuing their CDL. And then also last year we had one in Vilcon as well too, as far as a recruitment drive, trying to attract some CDL operators. Well, those have just been some of the attempts that we've been doing to attract CDL operators. But then going back to your question, your suggestion there, as far as pursuing county employees, I know historically San Juan County, Utah and New Mexico, San Juan County has always been responsive and willing to assist on the Navajo Nation's needs. So just like I was telling you before, our surrounding counties have been so responsive, and we'll continue to do that. And as far as for them to provide their assistance, it would probably most likely be on a temporary basis, where they provide their manpower, their men and women who have CDL operators, and provide the snow removal services to the Navajo Nation and onto Navajo Nation routes, and they've done that in the past. Right now, we have an IGA established with San Juan County, Utah, as an example of something that we've worked out with them in recent years. But thank you. Those are responses, Honorable Delegate Speaker Pro Tem
Thank you very much for answering those questions. Moving on down the line, a follow-up question by Honorable Yanito. You have the floor.
Yeah, Nanate Silversmith. I really appreciate your answers and so forth. I got one last question. You mentioned National Tribal Transportation Facility Inventory. Where do we go to find an update on this information in this area right here? Can you provide us a guidance here?
Thank you for that question, Honorable Delegate Unito. So that NTTFI, Navajo Nation and BIA, our employees here at Navajo DOT have access to that database, and so does BIA, but you're welcome to, again, we would welcome your visit here to Navajo DOT, and we can provide, just any particular route in your delegate region. If there's a particular highway, a dirt road, a gravel road, a bridge, when it was established, what's the length of it, what's the width of it, what type of surface is it, when was the current photos on it. We have all that information for each route, but it's the only access we have here is at the Navajo DOT complex and at the main office at the main BIA office in Gallup. But Ms. Leanne Roy and her staff are always willing to sit down with you and then just go over there's thousands and thousands of segments, roads established for each of our roads and across the Navajo Nation. And it's just a lot of information, but it's constantly updated every month and every year. So we'll be glad to sit down with you, Honorable Delegate Unito, and go over any particular route that you wish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Silversmith, for your response to Mr. Unito's question. Well, with that, the response have been made, and moving on down the line, looking at the board, I don't see anybody. Do you have another follow-up? I'm going to come back to Mr. Unito for a follow-up.
Yes, Mr. Silversmith, me again, Council Delegate Unito. With your response, can we have an access on the internet? Can chapter official have access to this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Unito. With that, Mr. Silversmith, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker Pro Tem. So on response to Honorable Delegate Unito, yes, if a Wi-Fi internet system is established at the chapter house, this information is available to chapter house employees. However, one of the requirements is that they have to go through a training program through the BIA. It's a 3-day training, I believe. They have it quarterly at various times throughout the year, but that's the only way you can have access to that system is if you go through that training, and it's a requirement by the BIA. And and they have to do a background check too, as far as, so that's kind of the requirement, some basic requirements to get onto that system that was established by BIA, background check, and they have to go through a 3-day training on getting access to that National Tribal Transportation Facility Inventory System. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the response to that information pertaining to who, if individuals can have access to the road inventory list that is posed by INDOT. Looking on the board, there's no one in the queue, nor no one has text pertaining to be put into the queue. So with that, we go once, twice. Honorable Danny Simpson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Potent Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and our Navajo people who are watching. Speaker, a quick announcement. As you know, I spoke with you on this. I'm dropping a legislation for emergency funding to the 110 chapters, and it's currently being drafted right now. So I just want to give heads up to the
Navigating committee members here. So hopefully we're getting the system by tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sampson. And yes, Honorable Sampson is working with Dana Barbroff, Office of Legislative Counsel, and Division of Community Development to process an emergency legislation, which will be entertained at winter session. So that's addressing the chapter shortfall or the chapter emergency fund that's needed. And I believe the groundwork is in the realms of $3 million. So delegates, you are welcome to sign on to that emergency legislation for support. And any other questions? No one on the board? Any other questions? Need to INDOT. Go once, twice, 3 times. We'll go ahead and proceed with roll call vote. Staff or correction. Delegates in the chambers, go ahead and process your vote with your buttons there. And then in a minute, we'll start up the roll call vote. Finish it out.
Begay voting green. Begay voting green. Norman Begay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Norman Begay. We'll go ahead and mark you green.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Stephen Arvizo. How do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Asterad, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Lamardo Asterad votes green. Honorable Helena Nez Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Nancy Begay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Helena Nez Begay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati votes green via text. Honorable Crystalline Curley votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Tolk votes green. Honorable Curtis Ganito votes green. And Honorable Charlene Yazzie votes green. Going back up once more, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Chair, we have 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose. With Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and with Chair not voting. With that, thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Garrett Supersmith, for providing us that report to the Navajo Nation Council here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. With that, moving on down the line, we're gonna go to 5C. An update report from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority regarding the increase in utility rates and the lack of notification to the Navajo people. That's report 5C. With that, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, are you on the line?
Yate Speaker, Otto Marty Ashley's on the line.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ashley. Let me go ahead and note that you're the agent for NTUA. With that, with the committee rules, you have 20 minutes to present to the body of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And as you are completed with your report, indicate that you are completed. And from there, I will proceed with the motion and second. And then from there, we will begin with Q&A. But with that, Mr. Ashley, as you begin your presentation, please introduce yourself for the record. With that, Mr. Marty Ashley, it is now 4:36 p.m. You can go ahead and pursue with your report, and I believe Rex Kuntz is on the line too. So you can proceed.
So Giat Nana, Jantai, Pro Tem Speaker, and the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Sheya not otenet hachinin shle. Ashin bashin Sanajin the she do twitchin the shanale. Auto Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Government Liaison, Ishit Noya, Ashanan. So we have a couple other Navajo Tribal Utility Authority staff that's also on the line. We have Gerard Curley with our finance office. He's the deputy CFO, and he's going to be providing a majority of the report. And I believe we also have Mr. Rex Kuntz on the line. So if there's any questions regarding the report or questions regarding the rates.
Hold on, Mr. Kuntz or Mr. Ashley. Loya, can you mute your phone? Can proceed.
So those are the individuals that will be speaking and providing this report. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Curley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curley. You have the floor. Introduce yourself for the record. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker. Honorable Council Delegates, Shea Gerard Curley and Shea. Ashihim Hachini Bashin, Totachini Dishache, Flashing Additionally. I work with NTUA as a deputy CFO, and I've been here for about 10 years now. So in regards to the whole questions about rate changes and notification to the customers, NTUA has not increased its rates. There was no rate increase. The last rate increase for electric that we had was about 14 years ago. And then we did have a rate increase for water, wastewater, which ended in 2020. And then I believe there was a gas rate increase, but that was back in, I believe, 2015. So those are the rates as we currently stand. So that there have not been any rate increases so far. But what I do want to go over with you today is the NTUA the bill. So NTUA's electrical bill, as you know, NTUA is composed of a number of utility services. This includes water, wastewater, gas, electric, and then PV as well. So each month a customer gets a bill, and when you get the bill, there are those areas, whatever services, wherever you're located on the reservation, whatever services are provided for that specific area is what you're billed on. So some customers may only have electricity, some customers may only have water, and then other customers will have all three of them combined. And what happens each month is that there's 4 sections of the bill. The first section is the electrical usage. So this is with the rates. Electrical usage is, how much electrical usage you use. Same with gas, same with water. How much usage did you use? So that's the first thing that's calculated. The second area that's calculated is known as a PCA. So every utility company, most utility companies, they charge a purchase cost adjustment, or they call it a fuel adjustment. And this cost kind of fluctuates every month. But I'll go into more details about that. And then the third item on the bill is the service charge. So this is the flat rate that everybody is charged every month. Depending on what service you're being provided, the service charge is different. It could range from $1 to $7 per bill cycle. And then the last item, the fourth item, is the sales tax. So the nomination sales tax is computed on all of that. So when we talk about rates, the usage charge is based on rates as well as the service charge. So when N2A increases its rates as it relates to that, what we do is N2A goes through a rate hearing process. What that entails is that we have these rate hearings across the districts that we service. Chinle, Delcon, Tuba City, Kayenta, Strip Rock, Crown Point, and Fort Defiance. We have rate hearings set up so that the members of the communities can attend them, and they can voice their concerns as it relates to any proposed rate increases. So we have to do all of that within each of the service areas. And then there's a last hearing that is held usually here in Window Rock at the museum. And that is with the board, the Navajo Nation board. And again, people will come and voice their concerns. And from there, the board will either approve the rates or not approve the rates. So that's kind of the rate hearing process that we go through. And typically what happens is all customers are notified that, we are anticipating a rate increase. Here are the hearing schedules in each of the districts. And then we post that on the website as well too. So there's this notification that is given out to the public of these rate hearings. So going back to my 4 items, I talked about the electric usage, I talked about the service charge, and then the sales tax is, self-explanatory of whatever services are provided on the reservation. Sales tax is applied to that. The other item that I wanted to talk about is the purchase cost adjustment, or the fuel costs. So this is one of the line items that fluctuates each month, and it could go up or down due to certain circumstances. And since this changes month to month, it's important to understand that the change is not in electric rates, but is due to changing costs of fuel used to generate electricity customers use, purchase cost of power, transmission, transportation costs, electric losses to get the energy to N2A systems, and then regulatory costs, which includes environmental compliance. Some of N2A's electricity is generated by burning coal or natural gases, and the cost of this fuel change on a monthly basis. And then some of N2A's electricity is purchased under long-term contracts, and some of the power purchase is bought monthly from the marketplace. So the PCA, the power cost adjustment item on your bill, passes these costs to the customer, to our customers with no markup. N2A does not make any extra revenue from this PCA. It is just a direct pass-through charge. And in the past few years, supply and demand issues have affected the cost of electricity and gas generated by coal and natural gas. Delivery costs and regulatory compliance have also increased, which also contributed to the fluctuation and increase in cost for PCA. The thing that I want to reiterate with the PCA is it is not a change in electrical rates or gas rates. It goes up and down from month to month. It does not generate extra revenue for N2A. It does cover monthly change in the cost of fuel that is used to generate some of your electricity. And it does cover the monthly change in the cost of all the elements required to purchase power in order to get it distributed to N2A's electrical and gas system. So when we look at the utility bills, some people may see that during the colder months, those that do have gas, a lot of the PGA and the PCA that's spread among the customer base of that particular area. So when we look at customers related to electricity, we have about 40,000 plus customers. So whatever cost that we've incurred, that gets distributed among the 40,000 customers. But when you look at the gas customers, we only have about 9,000 to 10,000 gas customers. So cost that gets incurred, it's a lot more at that level, at that gas level customer base than it would be at the electrical customer base rate. So that's kind of where you'll see the increases and the swings when it relates to your bills. You know, some of the customer bills during the winter are high, and a lot of it does relate more to the gas as it relates to their usage because of the PGA charge. So for electric, it's called PCA, which is power cost adjustment. For gas, it's called PGA, power gas adjustment, and PCA is power cost adjustment. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I stand for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Question.
Thank you very much. Before I call for a motion and second, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Mission Council, DIT has notified the program legislative branch that they are going to go, the Navajo Nation is going to put the maintenance service on the internet throughout the whole Navajo Nation. So the internet system is going to be down. It's going to affect email. And that's going to affect the main host for the Zoom link. So we have, we can continue to move forth, but the quorum here in the chambers, we only have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 with me, myself. And we need 13 for quorum. That's one. We can continue to go, but we may not finish out this meeting because we're going to break quorum. The second option is we can go ahead and move to adjourn, and we can finish out N2A's report maybe at council session. That way we can have this discussion there. But I wanted to pose this to you guys before I call for a motion on N2A's report. But again, DIT is going to provide maintenance service to the internet service across the Navajo Nation. They notified us not too long ago. So, with that, just to let you guys know, and I just want to give you options. And one thing you can move is just move with motion to adjourn, and I can proceed from there. So, but it has to come from the body. With that, Honorable Casey Johnson. Okay, hold on. Honorable Slater, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson.
Five to seven.
5 to 7. So
Thank you,
now
Speaker
it is
So.
4:50.
Okay, well, I'm going to take the privilege of having put myself in the queue and offer a couple of questions for follow-up at NTUA at the Winter Council session. I understand the power cost adjustment, the power gas adjustment, and my request is that NTUA work with the council to
Honorable
develop.
Slater, hold on. I haven't called for motion yet, but I wanted to pose that question to you guys, what you want to do pertaining to the report, because we only have 10 minutes. At 5 o'clock, the internet's going to go down. And DIT is going to be working the system. So that's
Speaker.
Honorable,
Mr. Speaker, this is Lamardo.
Honorable, hold on. Honorable Azariah.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and 25th Navajo Nation Council, I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna go ahead and move forward to accept your motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn exceeds all other motion. So motion to adjourn by Honorable Lamardo Azarat. Second motion? Second motion by Brenda Jesus. With that, there's no questions to motion to adjourn, and gonna go ahead and have the body move forth to do their votes with the delegates that are here in the chambers. And utilize your buttons. And then from there, we'll go ahead and have staff finish out roll call vote for the staff delegates that are online.
Honorable Norman M. Begay, vote screen.
Okay.
Delegates button.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Stephen Arvizo. How do you vote? Honorable Stephen. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Azarat, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Lamardo Azarat votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote?
Delegate Nesbegay votes green, thank you.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Crystalline Curley votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Toth votes green. Honorable Curtis Finito votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green. Going back up, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, we have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Pro Tem Chair, Speaker Honorable Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. And mine's gone. My internet here. Motion carries 20 in favor, 3 opposed, or 3 not voting. Chair not voting, 0 opposed. We adjourn at 4:56 p.m. Thank you very much. And that tomorrow.